Thank you very much, program directors. I see the General be greeted. Colleagues and friends, I greet you this morning in the name of Jesus. Can I get a better amen? Amen. We read together this morning from the book of Isaiah, chapter number 60. We are looking at verse number 1. Isaiah chapter 60, verse number 1, and it reads as follows. Arise and shine, for the light has come, and the glory is upon you. Amen. Amen. Arise and shine. General, I'm telling a story of a plane that was coming from somewhere. And it is said as this plane was flying right there on air, they realized that there's a disturbing movement in the plane. As they were looking around, they found that there was a box that was left there, and in that box there was a poisonous snake. And people were agitated for obvious reasons. They were jumping up and down in the plane, and they even went up to the pilot there to say, hey, there's a poisonous snake here. We're going to die. And because they were approaching the airport, they phoned the airport to say, can you please get people that deals with snakes so that when we land there, they must be there to help us with these poisonous snakes, because everybody is going haywire. And as they were causing this chaos, phoning the airport trying to phone SPCA, snake holders, and all that, finally they found a certain Mr., let's call him Mr. Van der Merwe, who was just about to go on retirement. And they said to him, the plane is coming from Tunisia and it has got a poisonous snake coming down here. And Mr. Van der Merwe said, can you connect me with the pilot? And they connected him, and he started speaking to the pilot and said, man, I hear you are having a poisonous snake and you are coming down. That one said, here, and we are coming very fast. Mr. Van der Merwe said, I think it's time you turn the plane. The nose must face up. You must go up. Don't come here. The man said, oh, what do you mean by that? I said, take instructions. You know, in the police general, you jump, you take instructions first, and then you complain later. He said, you will complain later. Ready then, up Yechan. And the man complied, and he turned the plane, and up he went. And he said, I'm going up, what must I do? Van der Merwe said, keep going up. Keep going up, no stop. And as he was going up, he phoned again, man, I think I'm at the level I've never been. He said, keep going up, because the snakes, if you bring them down here, they were going to kill us. But if you go up, you reach a level where a snake will not live again. And he went up, and before long, the snake could no longer take it. The snakes died as they were going up. And he said, now's the time. You can come down. Yeah, you're supposed to say amen. Amen. If you fight a snake, you don't bring it down. It's going to kill you. If you fight a snake in your marital life, in your any kind of life, don't go down. Instead, turn the nose of your life and go up. And the upper you go, the more the snake will die. Arise and shine, for the glory of the Lord is upon you. It's time to arise. Forget what is happening around you. Forget the noise that is around you. Turn your nose. If you are studying and people are saying you can't do it, study more. If you are starting a business and they say, "Ipaletse malume sikhuba," keep going. The snake will die. Come on, Betsam. Father, we thank you this morning as we are standing here in this wonderful campus that produced giants of our country. Lord, as we begin this day, we say, like Moses of the old, we cannot do it unless you come with us. And Lord, we're not going to go down with snakes because they don't even have feet. They move on the ground. But Lord, we are going to take them up and up and up. We pray, Lord, that you will bless this service. Whatever will be said here will be to glorify your name. And we pray this in Jesus' name. And the people of God said, amen. Amen. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Chaplain, for such powerful sermon. SMU community, keep going up. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to acknowledge and recognize the presence of our distinguished guests, in absentia our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Thandi Machai-Rasmus, in absentia our Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ms. Odette Ramsing, the representatives from the Department of Higher Education and Training, representing student leadership, the SMU SRC representative, and joining us in support of today's important engagement, our managers, advocates, deputy directors, and colleagues across different divisions. Ladies and gentlemen, at the helm, teaching and learning at Sefakomakato Health Sciences University is envisioned to be globally recognized, locally relevant, committed to producing holistic and innovative health sciences education. As the only dedicated health sciences university in South Africa, SMU is uniquely positioned to respond to the transformational health needs of our communities and the country, while contributing to global relevance. Leading this important portfolio is our acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Professor Dini Mawela. It is my honor to invite her to share her message with us as she gives us a welcoming remarks. Please, let's welcome her.
Good morning, everybody. And before I start, just to thank Ntate Masutla for blessing us with that word. You really took us back to church today, and we appreciate that. Colleagues, as I've been introduced, my name is Dini Mawela, and I'm the acting DVC, Academic and Research. And I stand here today on behalf of our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Thandi Mata, who sends her greetings and wishes you well today. General Chauke, good morning. Provincial Commissioner for Gauteng, Lieutenant General D. Tim Tombeni, I don't know if you are in the room. Distinguished Deputy Provincial Commissioners, Divisional Commissioners, all the Major Generals, Brigadiers, and Senior Officers of the South African Police Service present here today, representatives from the Department of Higher Education and Training, particularly the Office of the Director General and the Office of the Deputy Director General, all the distinguished officials from government departments and agencies that are here today, representatives from the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, the Community Policing Forums, and Higher Health, our valued partners from the Department of Health, represented by the CEOs of the hospitals that we use as our training platforms. I've seen Dr. Mtsakisi Mukari Baloyi representing the dental hospital. Welcome, ma'am. Distinguished representatives from our organized labor, including NEHAU and APSA SAPTU collaboration. Members of the community that are here with us today, members of the executive management and senior management at SMU who are also here today. It's really my distinct honor and privilege to be standing here before you to welcome you to this prestigious event that's taking place at Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University today. As a university with a proud legacy of shaping South Africa's health workforce and a cadre of distinguished scientists, this university, SMU, is committed to creating a safe, inclusive, and empowering campus environment for all who study and live here. Today's campus safety engagement in collaboration with the South African Police Service truly marks a historic milestone, not only for this university, but for the communities around us. It affirms a shared conviction that safety in this country is no longer a privilege of one group, but safety then becomes a fundamental promise. We also want to commit and declare that a safe campus is the very foundation upon which teaching, learning, research, and community engagement can truly flourish. We cannot thrive when we live with snakes. We are deeply honored, General, by the presence of the SAPS today. And we are truly, truly grateful that the leadership of SAPS came out in their numbers today to show how seriously we are taking this initiative today. We are equally grateful to the Department of Higher Education and Training for its policy leadership and enduring support, to all our valued partners, including government departments, civil society organizations, labor formations, who all stand together today in this shared mission. This collaboration reflects not only our values as an institution, it also reflects the power of partnership and a demonstration of what is possible when law enforcement, when academia, government, and communities come together to work to pursue safety, dignity, and justice. So at Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, we hold a very deep belief that safety and well-being are not merely operational concerns. They are academic imperatives. And as I've said, the academic project will only thrive when we all feel safe. This initiative is therefore more than a structure. It's a commitment to proactive prevention, to survivor support, and to nurturing a culture of shared vigilance, care, and accountability. So as the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor today, I reaffirm SMU's unwavering dedication to working hand in hand with the SAPS, DHET, and all other partners to strengthen our campus safety systems to deepen awareness and education around gender-based violence, and to build a community where every voice is valued and every life is protected and safe. So on behalf of the entire SMU community, I want to again extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you colleagues in the room. May today's engagement ignite a renewed spirit of collective resolve, inspiring us all to make our campuses, our communities, and indeed our nation places of safety, places of compassion, and places of hope. So welcome to Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University once again, a university that stands as a beacon of learning, leadership, and shared responsibility, where our pursuit of knowledge is meshed by our commitment to the safety and dignity of all. Colleagues, I will not be able to join you over the 2 days. I want to wish you a very successful engagement, and we look forward to the outcomes and the actions that will come out of this 2-day engagement as we continue to make everybody feel safe on campus. So welcome, and I wish you a very successful meeting today. Thank you very much.
Let us give Prof. Mawela another round of applause. Thank you very much for that heartwarming welcome. We feel at home. In Pretoria, we easily said, "Dinja di kopilwe." So, tsarona di ko madlanga. But with that being said, we are here to really cap the sketch of crime, and one could attest to the fact that safety is not a privilege but a need, because of we are policing in an era whereby we need to fasten our belts. But without any further ado and without any waste of time, please help me welcome on the podium Brigadier Joseph, who will be giving us the strategic overview of this gathering. Let's give him a round of applause.
Program Director, thank you very much. Let me also just greet our leadership and thank you to Professor Mawela for that wonderful word of welcome, making us all feel at ease and very welcome within their premises. But I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Major General Chauke from the South African Police Services. Always an honor and a privilege to be seated in the same room as him, and knowing that these kind of documents are at the end of the day stamped by, and all the training that is needed is given by that specific component so that we can be able to carry out what we have to. I'd also like to just acknowledge the presence of the Station Commander of Garankuwa, Brigadier Nkosi, our Provincial Head of Communication, Brigadier Muradile. I would also then like to appreciate and thank our community leaders that form part of the structures within the South African Police Services that will form an integral part of what we are expected to do within the campus safety plans. There I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Malochwa, who is a Gauteng board member, and he also is the chairperson of the Tshwane district, as well as he's also joined by our youth leader within Gauteng from the Youth Crime Prevention format, Mr. Ngobeni. He's also with us today, the people that will drive these specific projects within the different learning institutions. And I'd like to have a special acknowledgement for Mr. Andries Satege, the head of security, for the warm welcome this morning when I arrived. And you know, as a police officer, if you come into a place and you feel safe, it's like going on holiday. I just felt safe when I arrived. From when he met me at the gate, where I parked my vehicle, where I came into the building with him, I just said, yeah, this is where I want to be. And I believe it's leaders like that that will make this project work 100%. My reason for being here today is just, I was given 12 minutes, I'll push through it. My reason for being here today is to just outline the purpose of this specific event and this launch. The purpose of the launch is to finalize the expectations of all role players identified and committed to creating and addressing safety in the learning environment. Also ensuring we offer a one government approach as outlined and instructed in the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. Simple. In that group, I'm telling you why we are here, what we are looking at. We can also further go on and find that there are documents that have been written for what we are doing here today. There's already a strategic document that is signed off by everybody. And by the end of these 2 days, we should be signing off a pledge regarding all the role players that are present, ensuring that we are committed and accountable to our actions. So we don't come here and waste government's money and sit here and talk for 2 days. What we do here is we take what has been decided and we then bring it into our own environment. We take ownership of it and we make sure we make it work. Just under the background of the purpose of these launches and the specific program. Under the background, it tells us the learning environment is plagued by crime and violence, which poses a threat to the educational process. The presence of fear within educational settings has long-lasting physical, emotional, and psychological effect on all individuals involved, including distressed, diminished self-esteem, increased risk of depression and suicide, reduced attendance, impaired concentration, fear, and hindered learning abilities. So when we go to our concept, we overcome this. We put systems in place to make sure we neutralize that. And we have a place that is seen as a safe and secure environment conducive for learning. In the context of higher education and further education and training, the surge in campus violence, particularly driven by the Fees Must Fall campaigns, has emphasized the need for engaging the wider student community in discussions about safeguarding our institutions and their assets. Taking responsibility and recognizing the value of these assets is crucial in protecting our community and creating a platform for future generations to appreciate and benefit these resources regardless of their size. In the House today, we have different departments that are seated. Each department has a responsibility, and although what I read here now will just be your core responsibility, there's a lot of other departments that fall in with you to make sure that we achieve those guiding principles that we are aiming to strive at. The Department of Basic Education is present. For them is to coordinate and to monitor the implementation of the school safety programs. So over and above this, these projects are also taking the normal schools and the education system through that. The Department of Higher Education, where we are seated today, to coordinate and monitor the implementation of the learning environmental safety programs. This is the program that we are here to launch. The Department of Social Development, its responsibility is to coordinate and monitor the implementation of the programs that would support the social development of the youth. The South African Union of Students, the union represents all university students within South Africa universities. And this tells us that there should be a tailored rollout to other provinces, to other universities that are not here now. So what we are doing here, this will be the flagship and will be rolled out at other universities. So we are all on the same space at a specific time. The South African Technical, Vocational, Educational and Training students, the national association representing all student formations in the DHET sector. The South African Police Services, that is us, and our important role that we play here, and with us comes our other structures, our CPFs, our youth crime prevention structures that will also form part of this, is to prevent, combat and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants in the Republic, and uphold and enforce the law. The Department of Health, to provide students with health and wellness programs, inclusive of first aid kits. The Department of Sport and Recreation, very important, early childhood development, as contained in the ICVPS. This tells us to develop and nurture young sport and artistic talent, to ensure there is a pool of talented people for competitive and major events, to preserve the heritage resources, including the promotion of national days and symbols, host and support competitive and major sport, arts and culture events, very important, to provide library support services by establishing and maintaining community libraries, and to provide and make accessible archival records to preserve the history and the memory of the country. And then obviously the National Youth Development Agency is to coordinate and monitor the development of programs for youth development and to lead the provision of financial and non-financial support to youth development. We also go back and we know that for us to achieve, if we don't stand united as a one government and with our private sector, including our private sector, that'll be all your different security agencies, your law enforcement agencies, all your other government departments, and including academia that will drive us in research and help us going forward. We know that we will not be able to do this. So it's important for us in these 2 days to start committing to what is expected from us and ensure that when we review this in a year from now, we know that we've achieved and we know where we're going. So we take this plan forward. I think most importantly, the plan will deal with a lot of aspects, but let us just look at what our scourge is at the moment. The GBVF that is taking place within our learning institutions and within our country, but now bringing it back to the learning institutions. How do we support our victims? How do we identify our victims? How do we neutralize this? How do we treat our offenders? How do we get rid of and eradicate those offenders and take them out of the system? Because today you've got one victim and left and not attended to. There's a spin-off and there'll be more and more. For us to be able to identify and immediately deal with it to ensure that the victim is supported and the offender is dealt with. Drug and substance abuse. We know that there's no place that is immune to that in our country. No place. Can we identify it? Do we know what it is? If a child arrives at the university class and he's got a packet of crystal meth and he puts it on the desk, does the educator know what that is? We have to start looking at this, identifying it, making sure we understand what it is, and most importantly for the adults, the teachers, the educators, the family members, the parents, know what the side effects of this stuff is. Your child who done his first year of medicine and met the wrong friends, and so well, and within 2 years you can't understand what happened. Do we look at the reasons why? This plan looks at that and looks at the rehabilitation processes as well, how we take them out of the environment and bring them back. And also committing them through the institutions themselves to say, you're no longer welcome here. Once you are rehabilitated, we take you back. And hopefully we get a success rate out of that, but it will definitely happen. And then all forms of crime. I'm talking on behalf of the South African Police Services now. All forms of crime. There must be contact points in these places where the South African Police Services sit and offer the students and the educators a point directed where they can go and report and then be given advice And case dockets can be opened, and at the end of the day, the cases can be investigated. And should there be a need for an intervention, immediate interventions can also take place. And most importantly, we must look at the prevention and damage to infrastructure. Within the university, on their perimeters, on the outside, the government infrastructure that is there. And not only looking at the damage to it and the theft of it, but making sure we sustain that and take ownership of that infrastructure and not allow it to decay and get bad. So, Program Director and General, I think through this we know that today we will sit here and tomorrow it will be signed off. And just to brief the House, this is not the first of its kind. 7 have been launched already. The Nelson Mandela University in the Eastern Cape, Walter Sisulu in the Eastern Cape, the University of Venda, the University of Limpopo, TUT within Tshwane itself, and then the Sol Plaatje University in the Northern Cape. Today, they will finalize in KZN. General Matonze is there. And today we kick off with Sefako Magatu. And on Monday and Tuesday, we'll be going back for a review of the structure within TUT that was launched. So this is why we are here. This is for us to set that standard. And thank you very much.
Let us give Brigadier Josephs another round of applause. Indeed, Brigadier, I took 2 words that you mentioned, roll out. That's what we use as the SAPS and kept the schedule of crime. But in the health institution, we'll say we will spread and sedate this virus called crime, isn't it? But with that being said, we don't work in silos as the SAPS, and we are solely dependent on other law enforcement institutions and, of course, security entities. But most of all, we also depend on the community at large so that we have informers for us to can really, really depict crime and keep the sketch of crime. Thank you very much, Brigadier, for that overview and giving us light. But without any waste of me to call the following speaker to just give us a campus safety framework. I would like to call on the podium Colonel M.F. Ledwaba to outline the strategies that we have here. Let's give him a round of applause.
Excuse me, Program Director, thank you so much. Professor Mawela in absentia, and the management of Sefako Magatu, General Chauke, and the management of the South African Police Service. Distinguished guests, good morning or good day. We are going to be talking about the concept overview of the campus safety program as a crime prevention approach to institutions of higher learning in South Africa. I'm not familiar with this, so is it good? Yes, okay. Now, I'm not going to be going through the table of contents for the sake of time. The background is very simple. Some institutions of higher learning have experienced various incidents of crime and violence, like as the Brigadier has indicated, including gender-based violence and even murders for that matter. This incidence range from common assault to serious sexual offenses such as rape and even murders. The incidents involving students happen both inside and off campus, including those happening en route to class and social activities. And this is one of the other things that we were talking to my colleague earlier regarding those who are staying off campus as to how do you get the reports
of such incidences that are happening, not in the residence of the institution, but in the residence, in the community, because as we were driving here, we realized there's a lot of rooms that are actually built and a lot of adverts to say student accommodation. Now, in those, what happened if a case of this nature happens? Now, if we don't find a way of encouraging report, then we tend to lose, because we will be sitting here thinking that we have got a sketch, and you'll find that the report doesn't talk to that, but we're having a problem outside. And if the report doesn't talk to that, then we will tell ourselves that we are winning while we are not actually winning. The levels of violence in the country is high, and thus demand a prolonged approach. This is simple, that this is what Brigadier indicated. The Constitution mandates Section 205, subsection 3, prevent, investigate, combat crime, and maintain public order, uphold, enforce the law, and protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic. Now, with regards to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic, sometimes you may find that we tend to rely heavily on the South African Police Service to say, you're mandated to do the protection, so everything must just be for the SAPS to be doing that. When a crime happens, then it will be said, where were the police, and where were the police, and all these kind of things. Thank you so much. Now, in terms of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030 is talking of strengthening the criminal justice system, professionalizing the police service, demilitarizing the police, increasing rehabilitation of prisoners, and reducing recidivism. The next one, which is in red, it says building safety using an integrated approach. It simply means that when you are saying SAPS is responsible for preventing crime, and they are the only institutions that are supposed to be preventing crime, then we are chasing the wind. Because we need and we require other stakeholders, other role players, so that we can be able to build what is called safety using integrated approach. Increasing community participation in safety, it was indicated by the Brigadier as he was acknowledging the community in the form of CPF and the youth desk. Now, if you don't have the community to participate in safety, SAPS is not going to be able to win the battle of crime alone. Why am I saying that? Is because you can give the entire community as it is in Garankuwa. It is not practically possible to have a South African Police Service patrolling each and every street of this community, present at the same time, because we are not omnipresent. Now, what happened with crime is that when the law enforcement is not visible, then it creates an opportunity for the criminals to strike. Now, to close that gap is to make sure that we are actually we're working together with the community to make sure that we are also taking ownership of our safety in our community. So when we talk of National Development Plan Vision 2030, as a community member, as an institutions of higher learning, as law enforcement, I need to ask myself a question to say, this is 2025. We are left with 5 years. Where are we to reaching that vision? Number one. Number two is, I need to ask myself, what is my role in participating in the safety? Because if my role is to fold arms and point fingers, then I'm not going to be able to see that vision of 2030. Crime is a wicked problem. Crime prevention is more complex and wicked problem, like as I indicated. Diverse socio-economic contributory factors play a part in crime, hence a system approach is the only way to prevent crime. We're dealing with the organized crime that is actually happening, that is also aired on the media, and that in itself, as complicated as it is, it requires that we are together and working together to find a solution to that. Universities are autonomous space, teaching, learning, and research environment. To achieve absolute campus safety requires a special approach. Like as I indicated, one of the challenges is that you have residents within, and you have got off-campus residents that are owned by the institutions, but you also got residents in the community where people are actually renting, students are renting, and they're working in. but those are the clients of the institutions, and those are also have got needs that you need to be able to look at, and those are the clients that we also need to cater for those needs as well. Because we cannot say you are actually staying in the community, but you are coming to the school and we are actually establishing a campus community safety forum, but you are not supposed to be a beneficiary thereof. That will not be the correct way. Need to find a balance, keeping our institutions safe versus freedom of movement. This is one of the challenges again. Because yes, sometimes I can have a freedom of movement, but where I am moving, you'll find that it's actually threatening my freedom, myself. Where I'm staying, if my safety is actually threatened, then where is the freedom of movement? So we need to be able to balance that to say, when we are talking about freedom of movement and institutional safety, what are we talking about? Deploying of law enforcement must be done only when it is absolutely necessary. Okay, there are some issues in one of the institutions where as we go along, they were saying, we are having a challenge of substance abuse, the drug dealers, they're around the institutions, the entrances and all those kind of things. And one thing that they actually requested was, can we have police presence? I'm not sure if you follow what I'm saying. Now, having police presence means that this is how complicated the issue of dealing is. When you get there, you don't find a dealer in possession of drugs in his possession. You search them, they don't have it. You move away, then they start dealing. Because they've got sophisticated ways of hiding it. I was talking to other person, and I was saying, some of the guys, they actually put it in the containers of McDonald's because they're next to the McDonald's shop. Whatever is thrown away, then they put it in there. Then the client comes, then you see a person reach into that. Not only that, but they've got different places where they're actually storing that. And when a person comes, that client that they know, because they've got clients that they know, they don't just sell it to anybody. Now, you're a police, and then you have to be there 24/7. I mean, it could be done easily. If we were able to win that, the securities will be able to deter that as well. But it's not possible, because when you are supposed to be patrolling on the other area, that area is open. By campus safety and security, the challenges of crime at institutions of higher learning has a potential to undermine the primary mandate of the sector, which is teaching, learning, and research. University sectors has a population of more than of 26 universities in the country, 54 TVET colleges, and 1,445 colleges. That's quite a lot. And we're not talking of the number of students within one institution. We're not talking of one number of students within one TVET or college or university. No, just the campuses that are available around the country. The creation of a safe and secure SA is a cornerstone to any country's development agenda. Now, in terms of this, you realize this is the spread of where the institutions and the TVET and the colleges are actually located in the whole country in the 9 provinces. I'm not going to be going through that. Now, there's a theory of change, strategic rationale. Provide student support. This is the key activity. Professionalize security services. We'll talk about that as well. Research universities, resourcing universities, good governance and leadership, preventative programs, not reactive programs. And we understand that a lot is in place in terms of reacting. What actually happened, when something happened, then we're able to react to that one, which is good. And we're actually not saying they must be done away with. But all what we need to say is, we're saying is we need to look at measures to prevent so that we cannot react. Because once you have reacted, there is also disadvantages of that. Because at times when you are reacting to a crime that has been reported, sometimes you don't get report. Sometimes a person gets frustrated by the justice system. Because you are sent from pillar to post, and the person decides, but what am I doing here? Because I'm being sent from there, tomorrow I'm being sent from there, tomorrow. It also takes time, because if you are a student, you also need to think, okay, I have to be in the class at this time. I have exams to prepare myself for. And now if I'm being sent, go to that department, you must be in court on this, and we go to court, and then they tell you it's postponed because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you are also in court, then you are faced with heavy questions that are not sympathetic to you by the defense attorneys. See the importance of protection. I mean, prevention is actually very, very, very key in this case. Now, expected outcomes is number of criminal incidents that are reduced or that are reported, number of sexual harassment reduced, GBV-related incidents reduced, visible stakeholders relationship. I wouldn't actually say we would know how a number of incidents are actually reduced if incidences are not reported. I wouldn't say we would know how a number of crimes are actually, of GP-related issues are actually reduced if GP-related incidents are not reported. So crime, or whether GPV or any other form of crime, if it is not reported, then we are not going to be able to work around the solution to that particular crime. So you won't be able to work on a preventative interventions or programs when you don't know what you are dealing with, because now you'll be guessing and say, oh, by the way, this might be the thing that is actually happening, and you'll find that you are chasing the wind. Program aim to enhance safety and security within institutions of higher learning campuses through development of proactive and responsive measures. Also support the preventative programs, because if we are not proactive, then we are going to be reactive. But if we are responding, also we must also find a way to say when we respond, it's meaningful to those who are responding to. We are able to have successful prosecution out of our response, not just collecting data and statistics. Ensure protection of students and the entire university community. Build relationship between the local police station, security personnel, and university. This is what we're actually doing today and why we are here. Undertake joint proactive crime prevention initiatives. This is why the Campus Community Safety Forum has to be established, and not only established, but functional. Because we can establish it today, but you'll realize next year, and when you come back, we look back as to what actually happened, you realize, no, we were just occupying positions. So the functionality will require two things: terms of references that we'll talk later about with my colleague, not only terms of references, but we'll also talk to the issues of an action plan, which is impact-driven, which is proactive-driven, which is preventative-driven, and also responsive where there is a need for us to respond. But the key issue is in our mind. We are putting this in our mind to say we've got Vision 2030, and we need to be able to drive towards that Vision 2030 in everything that we're actually doing. Improve police response to any incidents of crime in the institutions. And this is one of the other areas that we're talking about with another institutions. I think it's the very same institutions that they are launching today. To say we have got programs and initiatives in the South African Police Service in the form of E2 project. How do we roll it out to these institutions? Because if it is functional and very helpful in other institutions, why are we not adopting that? Because it has been launched in the whole 9 provinces. Prevent GBV and acts of sexual harassment within the institutions. Now, managers and colleagues, GBV is actually a very complex issue. And we are saying preventing, we need to be able to understand what we're actually talking about. I was saying to some of our colleagues in other spaces that we need to understand what was the purpose of 16 days of activism for the past 21 years old plus. And one of the reasons why we had 16 days of activism and it continues to go was this. It was because they needed to make people aware of what they were not aware of. To say, when I touch you in this way, this is what is called. When you are dealt with this way, this is what is called. All those, some of the people that we didn't know, it was, listen, wake up. But now, not only to say wake up, then the second thing is, after you're awake, don't sit with that information, report it. So that you are able to deal what? We have a response mechanism to that particular incident that was reported. Now, not only reporting, now, out of all the 21 days, then there came another thing. Police stations with high contact crimes, which were the so-called top 30 GPV police stations in the country. Now, we don't just need to be having Tembisa, we don't just need to be having a specific police stations in Pretoria as in the top 30 for the sake of having that top 30. No. Now, that is where the NSP on GPV came in, was born, to say, no. People are aware that they need to be able to report, yes. Now, people are actually reporting, responding to that awareness, which is good. Now, when they are reporting, what now? We can't just be collecting. We need to come up with ways to say, let us now attack this monster before it destroys. Because for us to say every 16 days of activism, the stats are actually going up. It's more like when we are saying 16 days of activism, it's more like we're actually raising up the abusers to say, come up and abuse. No. It's because now when you're looking at the NSP on GPV with the 6 or 7 pillars, now I need to ask myself, what is my role? What am I doing? What are we having? What is the impact in this particular thing? Key focus areas, norms and standards, security facilities, student support, policing and law enforcement, governance structures, student community. This is all what we're talking about, campus safety program. So when we are saying we have got a campus community safety forum, they need to be able to look at all this, and it will action their activities. Minimum compliance security standard based on risk assessment by CIRA, vetting, screening of campus, uniform security standards in short. Number 2, physical security facilities, strengthening of access control system in campuses, e.g. by technology, strengthening of perimeter securities, community mobilization, role of community in campus safety. This university is at Harankua. Now, it shouldn't only be the South African Police Service and now the university who are actually concerned about the safety of this. We have got the community. In as much as they're benefiting from the renting out the rooms to the students, they also need to participate in the safety and well-being of these institutions and the students, for that matter. Student support facilities within the campus supported by students. I was talking to my colleague and she was saying, I'm a social worker here at the institutions. But we've got forums, we've got SRC or all those kind of things. We need to understand what is their role in terms of support facilities. Linking of campus, of a campus to a local police station. Now, the VFR in the police station, you need to understand what is that, what is the purpose of the VFR. And my colleague will be talking about that, not only on that, but also, not at my colleague, I'm going there. Not only that, but also looking at the issues of your contribution in the well-functional of the VFR as an institution. Policing and law enforcement, let me leave dedicated police officer to work with each campus per station. There will be a member deployed here who will be in the forum. Campus safety structures, that is what we're going to be talking about. That is what is going to be launched today, and how campus structure integrate. Now, this is the last one. We've got the CPF nationally, which has got one forum, 18 members. Now we've got the provincial CPF board, which in the 9 provinces, and each provincial CPF board has got 10 members. District CPF, we've got 54 districts. Now, times 10, it gives you 540 stations. We've got 1,165. Times 10, you've got 11,650. Collaborative approach, I'm actually in trouble. building a student community, regulation of alcohol. This is important. Regulation of alcohol sale and consumption within the campus, visitation control measures. Know your neighbor. Know your neighbor. And knowing your neighbor is not to say he is Lidova and he is Mbanja and all this. No. I need to be concerned about the safety you are whereabout. When you are going somewhere, I need to be able to know that you are going to such and such a place. When I don't hear anything from you at such and such a time, then I need to be able to stand up and say, my friend went to this place, but he is not or she is not saying anything as agreed. Engagement of communities around universities, integration of local community police forum and the campus. Let me leave. It's a conclusion. A more concerted effort involving all relevant stakeholders, all, not some. But when you're saying all relevant stakeholders, we're saying relevant. We don't want somebody who is coming and warming the position or the chair. No, you have got a specific role because you are relevant. And we don't want people who are supposed to be coming in and then they're running away from their responsibilities, because otherwise you are breaking what? The chain. Some universities are situated at high crime areas, therefore the challenges confronting institutions cannot be separated from the country's social ills. Yes, it is recommended that universities keep records of incidents happening in their space and discuss them in their committees. It's very important because we need to be able to see how are we proacting or how are we responding to that. Need to prioritize prevention. Proactive strategies is crucial. Need to strengthen collaborative in our response to crime and violence. Uniform operating standards are crucial in eliminating bad elements. Victim facility should be established in each and every campus. Thank you so much, General.
Thank you very much, Colonel Lidwaba. Membanjo, I think clearly your office needs a gentleman like that. Ndadele Lidwaba, I think you are misplaced in the SAPS. You are needed here in academia. Clearly you're a teacher. Constable Ntuli, Nkumise, the injury from SMU. The DVC, acting DVC did say here, SMU is committed to a safe, inclusive, caring environment for all that are found in it, dogs included. So if you roam around and you see dogs, don't be scared, they won't bite, but they are there. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Safety and Security Department plays a critical role in supporting the university's core mission of teaching, learning, research, and community engagement. Its objectives is to create and maintain an environment that is safe, secure, and conducive to all these activities. Leading this important department in our SMU is the Deputy Director of SMU Security Services, Mr. Andries Sateke, whose leadership has been critical and central in shaping today's engagement and in driving the vision for a safer campus. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor now to invite Mr. Sateke to address us. Mr. Sateke.
Major General Chauke, when you're sitting in this kind of a forum with the senior management, the people that are sitting there head on the top, sometimes your English disappear. And when you disappear, I'll really come to your shoulder for assistance in terms of if my words are not accurate. By saying so, I need assistance from Major General Chauke as our main guest speaker today. Thank you, colleagues. I'm not sure whether colleagues are ready. Do the presentation. Colleagues, you are really intimidating. I must say that. All of you are very intimidating. Thank you. Colonel Dover struggling with this. I'm not sure whether is it a remote or what is it, but I'll try my level best to utilize it. If I break it, then you'll pardon me. Because, or the bigger one, I press it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, fellow colleagues, members of SAPS, the generals amongst our midst, management of the university, students, and other role players. I'm really strained for time. I was only given 12 minutes, which I'm going to try my level best to do that in 12 minutes. If I exceed, it will be 30 minutes. Thank you. can see you are a very good audience. Without any waste of time, one of the reasons why I just try to give an overview of the campus is just to make sure that the colleagues sitting around there just to appreciate how big the campus is, and also just to understand the layout of the campus. We have got the resident students that reside on campus, we have got the students that are residing off campus. However, on this video clips, we could not do the off campus as it's a private property. However, we do list the property. So I just thought it's important that not everybody knows the campus. Some of you have studied here, some of your children study here, you know a little bit of university, but I thought it's very much important. And how do I go back? Oh, with a small one. All right. Colleagues, I'm not going to read sentence by sentence for the sake of time. I'll just try to be very short so that colleagues can understand where are we as a university and what is our role within the institutions. We've got a total number of 7,300 registered students, 1,930 employees. The university accommodated 5,229 students, of which 2,132 reside on campus, and then the 3,097 students reside off campus. So you can just imagine the responsibilities placed on our shoulder in terms of our responsibility. We have got the students that are on our campus, but at the same time, we still have to take the responsibility of those leased facilities because we don't have accommodation on campus. Service that we are rendering, I think it is very crucial that our colleagues understand what kind of service are we rendering as security services. I've just tried to break it down. I will not really go into details, and this slide will be available upon request as anyone that may request just to have a view and have any questions. We provide 24 security control room. In other words, our security systems work on 24 hours basis. Why is it like that? Because we have got the students that are residing on campus on a period of 24 hours. So 4 o'clock, everybody goes home. Security services need to be on campus to ensure the safety of our own students, both on campus and off campus. We also provide a physical security complemented or with the integration of technical security. That is a surveillance system. The video clips that we have done was taken by our own drone camera that can be able to oversee the surrounding community, including the campus, what is happening in the campus, and how best can we be able to support our students. We also provide investigation teams in terms of the victim of crimes. It's part of our responsibility to ensure that we don't just say, go and report the case. We also do case management in the sense that we'll have to take the students or the person that has been reported the incident until the matter reflect in court and also provide support during the court proceedings. As you know that the students, more especially our medical institutions, we have got the students, especially the final year students that are doing practicals at the hospital, which is just across the university in terms of doing the trainings. There is always a movement. It doesn't stop like any other institution where 4 o'clock we shut the door. We've got the students that are doing final year, that are doing practicals with our neighboring hospital. So during that time, we provide an assistance, though that cannot drive. But our security service will be in a position to escort them from the residence to the hospital or vice versa. And then as you know that all of us who have in our time been students, and some of us are still students now, it is very much important that we have got into students have got a social life. Remember, for the 7 years that's going to be, that is part of his or her home. So we make use of our own services in terms of managing their social life while they're on campus. We also provide a tactical response team that can respond to some incident. As and when there's a challenge on campus, there is a vehicle that is available that can be able to respond on a 24-hour basis. Any given time when the students call, they know exactly how do you support them with regard to that. So that some of the services that we are rendering to the community. In terms of objectives, I'm not really going to dwell much about it because the program director have already mentioned what is our responsibilities. But the main responsibilities, I always tell the people, what are you doing at the university? I say, I'm a lecturer. They say, how are you a lecturer? Because I also produce graduates. I also produce graduates. When they graduate, it's because of our effort and the team in terms of the role that I play in terms of that. Every year we have got graduation. Even recently we had a graduation, a number of students have graduated. I'm also part of the lecturing staff. As I'm doing so, I'm lecturing. The roles and the responsibility, colleagues, as I've indicated on the previous slide, our most important role on the university is to support the academic enterprise. As you know, that security is not the core business of the university, but what is more important, the number of graduates that can be able to produce out there every year so they can be able to serve the country. Not only the Haramkwa committee, but we are talking about the country. As SMU is only one medical university in South Africa where we specialize with health professionals. And that is basically what we are doing. In terms of our systems, like as I said, we've got approved policies and procedures that is available on the web, on the intranet, where the student can be able to access as and when they need assistance. We also provide surveillance within the residences. One of the critical factor that was discussed when they established the National Task Team, the DHET, was the issue of the incident within the residence. And one of the requirements was to say, as a minimum safety standards, was to say all the universities across the country need to install surveillance in the residences so that we can be able to see what is happening in the residence. And I can safely say where we are right now, we have already complied with that request from the DHET. We have got surveillance in the residence, as I've indicated that our students are staying in the residence for the coming service that during their studies, they will be with us for that duration. That's why I'm also saying, I'm also a lecturer. Thank you. And in terms of roles and responsibility, I think I've already touched much about it. Because of the time frame, I see the program directors looking at me. I'm not really going to dwell much on it, because otherwise they're going to chase me, and the police are here. I can be detained for resisting by other institutions. And we can still proudly say we are lucky we have never had any incident on campus for the past 15 years that I've been here, where we have a major incident where a student has been killed or has been shot or has been done anything on campus. And for that, we also thank the mighty God for really assisting us in that. If you look on the news on an everyday basis, there's event, the students that do socialize, and then after the event, there is a stampede, and then kids are killed. And at the end of the day, somebody needs to take the responsibilities. And in this instance, become the responsibility of the institutions, which is my role to ensure that whatever social event, together with my department, we make sure that whatever that we do, we provide the student outside the academic life. I've talked about the surveillance system and the integrated system that we are utilizing. This is our control room center, which is operational for 24 hours. In other words, students know exactly at when they have to report incident, when they need assistance, when they need a plumber, when they need an electrician. Immediately when everybody leaves at home, our department is responsible to ensure that there's a continuation of service in terms of making sure that the student can still be able to go and report, and then from there assistance will be provided. So this control room is manned by qualified control room operators, and it's operational for 24 hours. So in total, we've got 1,800 and, help me, 1,700? Not very good in figures, that's why I did not enroll here, because they only need maths and science. So we have got over 1,700 live cameras that are being monitored on a 24 hours basis to ensure that our students, as they're busy with their business, which is their studies, they can be study under a safe environment. Stakeholder collaboration. As I've already indicated that due to the challenge that we have already mentioned above, it's important that we collaborate with everyone around this forum to ensure that at the end of the day, it's not the responsibility of the security alone. That's why Colonel Dwabef mentioned that building integrated, safe, and campus together. In other words, for us as a security service department, we need all the role players, including our own communities, the police station and our surrounding communities, as well as the people that are surrounding the university. That's why I've given that overview. We are within the community, we are part of the community. At some stage, we need to be able to give something back to the community. But in terms of collaborating with fighting the crime, it's important that our local police station become a partner. And in this case, I can Major General Chauke, I can confirm that the station commander, Brigadier Nkosi, has been very helpful for the past 90 years in terms of combating crime on this campus. And for that, Brigadier, we will always appreciate your support, you and your team. Strategic partners. As we are now going to establish the Campus Community Safety Forum, it is important that not only the security department, but internally, we have already established a committee which will be introduced tomorrow in terms of who are those going to be members of that forum. And as Colonel Dwaba indicated, it must not just be a forum for the sake of being a forum. We really need to partner with our students, our staff members from various divisions, including academics enterprise to leadership. Dr. Matsonzo, I see you are here. We also need the support from each and everyone within the institution so that once that community safety forum is being established, it's not just becoming another talk show, but it is something that can be able to broaden the responsibility of the security services, but also taking a collective responsibility in terms of ensuring that we keep our campus safe, and that should be done in a collaborative way. That is one of the reasons why tomorrow we'll be launching the Campus Community Safety Forum, which compromises of various departments. I cannot be able to mention it here. You understand? But it is very crucial that students also play a very critical role in terms of transforming these community safety forums, so that we can be able to take the university forward, identify those issues, how best collectively can we be able to address them, and then we move forward. The external stakeholders have already talked about them. It's yourself sitting around this table. Without the support of SAPS, we will not be able to fight this crime alone. Without the office of the GBV, it is going to be very difficult for us to deal with that. The Community Policing Forum, the CPF, that are here, most welcome. We have got the students that are reciting out there in the community. The question is that, what are we doing as a university to ensure the safety of those students that are not residing within their residence? As you know that outside the university don't provide security, but part of this, the responsibility of the forums, once we have developed the terms of reference, we will be able to see how best can we be able to support those students that cannot afford to stay in the university leased facilities, including the residents, but how do we support those students that are residing in the rooms within the township? That will be also part of the responsibility in terms of the committee to come up with an initiative to say, how do you provide support to those students that cannot afford to stay in our residences? One of the critical success that we have had as a department is that we have gotten a reporting mechanism. Incidents are reported, not only just be documented, but not just to collect the data, but we report until the student report, and then there's a process that needs to be followed. The control room that I've just shown to the colleagues, that is operational for 24 hours. The investigating team, then the following day, they will go see what happened the previous night, and then from there, then that's when the investigation starts. And then immediately we provide the feedback to the student who said, this is what have happened, this is where we are. Some of the cases are referred to the internal disciplinary processes. Some of them are reported to the police station due to the nature of the incident itself. It depends on what matter is being reported, but we are really dealing with that, and we have got a great success in terms of dealing with it. And the students have gotten access to the security at any given time. Since I've said that we have got the physical security deployed at the residence, as and when the student wants to report or staff member, there is somebody that is available to assist in that regard. This is the kind of support that I've already just indicated. I'm not really going to dwell much on this slide, but I've already outlined how do you support our students in terms of difficulties. And I always said to any forums where I'm speaking to say, students, once registered at the university, become your child. For the duration of that studies, he or she become your child until the last day when he graduated. So we don't expect our students, when they've got challenges, to phone somebody in Eastern Cape to come and assist. We are available for our students 24 hours to be able to assist in that regard. I'm not really going to talk about it. We'll deal it into the internals of campus. And this is a geographical layout that you have seen on the video clips in terms of how big the campus is. And thank you.
You have to forgive me. I cut him, I cut my access at the gate. So I had to stand there and be patient. I'm really thankful for your introductory slide because it brings us home as the SMU community to understand the area that you need to cover on a daily basis to make sure that we are safe here. Thank you for that. Brigadier Josephs, you highlighted in your introductory presentation how gender-based violence and femicide needs to be supported, neutralized, and eradicated. And that resonates very well with our office, the Gender-Based Violence Office, which is dedicated to creating a safe and supportive campus community for all, providing confidential support to survivors of GBV, the alleged, raise awareness through education and advocacy, and work closely with internal and external stakeholders to prevent and respond to cases effectively. The GBV office stands as a central point of care, guidance, and action against gender-based violence within the SMU. Falling within the HR department and led by the acting manager, Mebusisiwe Mbanjwa. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mbanjwa.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll be using my laptop because I had to cut some since the security department has already done their presentations. So, up here then. Time while he's helping me with the presentation. As mentioned, I'm Ms. Busimbanjwa. I'm the current acting GBV manager for the institution. My office is central in terms of managing, coordinating, and rolling out all the GBV related matters in the institution. As mentioned, there are stakeholders that DHET did mention that we work with, but we are the accounting office in that sense. I'll also try to navigate this remote that is very much confusing. Okay. Colleagues, as we know, femicide, GBV is a global, I don't want to just say it's a national thing, it is a global issue. that affects everyone, be it you are the student, you are an employee, you are affected. And SMU, just like any other organization and institution, we are not excluded from this. It is that the university is also taking a stand to make sure that we are making sure that our campus is preventing, and there are actions that we are doing, be it whether through policies, education, or even this kind of setups that we are doing. So part of the things that the institution is doing, am I not able to get my laptop? Not, okay. Part of the things in terms of preventative measures that we have as the institution is to make sure that there are structures that we are following and that we are going to account to. Firstly, we have a zero tolerance policy against GBV and femicide. Though Mr. Sateche has indicated, we haven't had any femicide issues on campus, and we are glad for that. But in terms of GBV, we have a zero policy. There are structures such as the advocacy plan, and which guides the office of the GBV in terms of what do we plan for each and every year, which is also guided by our strategic anti-GBV strategy, which is a 3-year plan that the institution has in terms of how are we preventing, managing, and planning to educate our community. So part of that are the awareness and education, because whether we want to admit it or not, there is a lot of unlearning, relearning that we need to do as a society. Sometimes we take it that people should know, but people don't know. And what they know, they think it's okay. So we need to also remind each other of what is acceptable and what is not. Also, there is a safe reporting channel, as I've said. While the GBV office is the central authority, the campus is big, as you've seen. So reporting can start at the securities, can be at the residences, or straight to my office, which is mostly accessible to employees, because you find that students, the counseling or the securities are the closest when there is an incident that has happened. Also cross-functional, but I'm going to get to that a bit later on. There's a policy I've spoken about, the strategy as well as university policies. When we're dealing with the cases, it's either they go the student route or the staff route. If it happens that an incident happened, we will deal it with, if it's an employee, the grievance policy, if it gets to that. If it's for students, it takes the route of the student code of conduct that gets to be affected. Also, we are not in isolation in terms of the policies of the country. We are also they are part of what has influenced the creation of all our policies. The pillars rest in we have got 3 pillars that we are dependent on: prevention, enabling environment, and support and assistance. The first 2, I will talk about them because the GBV office, its main is to make sure there is awareness out there, whether be it in terms of graphics, in terms of trainings, in terms of interaction with the student and staff, as well as enabling environment where there are policies and partnership where we are able to really say we have done something to make sure that it is something that our institution is, okay. Okay, let me skip that. This is how we deal with any cases that come within the institution. A case comes, and part of our policy is that we are a trauma-informed department. So it may happen that there is an incident that happened, and the complainant does not want to pursue, specifically to those that are not sexual offenses, because those we are mandated to report and to do something about. When it comes to normal other forms of harassment, if the victim or the complainant does not wish to explore anything, there's nothing we can do. And I know that does not sit well within the community, but that's just how things are. So it will be registered. There is a process that we take in terms of investigation when the victim or the complainant has decided to pursue. And from that, investigations happen, And as we know, just like the South African law, you are not guilty until proven otherwise. So we do offer the opportunity for the investigation, which is mainly done through the security office. Then recommendations are done, then the disciplinary also support is also part of what is done, be it reasonable accommodation, expulsion, whatever that we see that each case is needing at that point. Okay, these are the stakeholders. I will not, due to time, I will not talk about it, but there is also a legal office, which I think is not here today, which also help us to make sure that we are not infringing in anyone's right, especially with cases that are new to us, because each and every day there is different dynamics within the cases that we really need them to assist us in helping. One would say, these are the stats from 2020 to date. And one would say they are quite relatively low. And I want to reiterate what Colin said. Are they low because people are not reporting, or are the advocacy really going very well? To me, one case is more than enough. It's too many. But we can rest to say, in all of this, the stats are looking low. But are they low because the reporting is happening, or there's still fear within the system that we cannot really do anything about? Okay, if you look in the first column, those are the total cases for each year. Then the sexual offenses, as we may know, sexual offenses, those are the rape cases that we have had within the institution. Then the other forms of harassment. Formal investigations have been done, and also referrals for psychosocial support has been done. Also okay, let me not touch on that, you will touch on it, because sometimes we refer, it is up to the people who've been referred whether they want to take advantage of the support that is given there or not, of which there is quite of a decrease in terms of referral and the actual people taken from the campus health side. Colleagues, while we have all these structures, it is good to acknowledge that there still needs to be improvements that are done, and there's still risks that are there. First being that the residences, if you're going to be looking at the stats for the past year that I've been in the office, that is the main place where these cases come from. And we could say that is where the young people are. That is where they're interacting. Even though there's surveillance, there's everything, harassment does still happen within the closed doors. And also there's a stigma and silence where people feel like, if I come through, what's going to happen to me? And we cannot really say anything about those. The systems are there, but we will be building trust. I think these setups will also be helping to make sure that those who want to report, they know there is support, and there will be no repercussion if they want to report anything. Also, while our campus is big, maybe I'll be seen like I'm putting our dirty laundry out there, but recently, in a recent presentation, factors that have been highlighted as being risk to us is that when you enter the gates, you are not searched, you are not registered, but when you leave, you are searched and registered, and that is posing a risk to our students. But in terms of residences, no one gets in without being recorded. No one gets out without being known. But then again, within the corridors, within the campus environment, the safety is not the same. Also, substance abuse, you'll find that where there is functions and all of this, we know there's going to be a case reported. And it goes with the student interaction. Also, unhealthy masculinity. As much as the cases are not so much, some I would say they are quite petty. Is when someone does not know a no is a no. A no does not mean try harder. New strategies, it means a no. So those are the types of cases that we are dealing with, or the risk factors that we are seeing. Also, limited male engagement. We might have a program, but you'll find that the stats are showing men or male have the high complainant. Sorry, they're not the complainant, they're the perpetrators. But when there's an intervention, you'll find that only 2 or 3 attend. So we are having an issue there. Also, lighting. While the university is quite huge, you'll find that there are some spots that are really dark, and some people are feeling a bit unsafe, but there is security that is on campus. Also, blind spots within the universities. Students know where the camera cannot reach. The crimes that sometimes need evidence, they are done in spaces they know. You're not going to enter the toilets. They know that corner is not there. But then again, what can DHET do because now you don't want to infringe on other rights in terms of surveillance. Also, delayed reporting. You find that a case is there, but students have tactics, sorry to say students, but generally, there's a sitting, there's going to be an apology, there's a sick note, there's this. So you find that it may even take more than 3 months for a case to be closed, which is delaying and further reducing trust within the system. With that, there are suggestions of improvement that we can really look at as an institution. Firstly, the securing funding, because with promotion or advocacy, there needs to be money, of which at the moment we are struggling there. Hopefully the stakeholders today will help us with that. Capacity building, also making sure there's clear guidelines in terms of how really must a case go on for us to close. Because sometimes we cannot really sit for 4 months, there's been postponements and so on. Yeah, colleagues, for the sake of time, you can also read there. In closing, for us to win the fight against GBV and femicide, it needs everyone to really acknowledge that there is a role that they need to play. It's not just the role of the GBV, the SAPS, the university management. As you are sitting there, there's a role you need to play. Bystanders are not something that is needed because we do see things in the corners, but we don't say anything or we don't do anything about. Hopefully, these interactions will help us and remind us that there is a role that we need to play, each and every one of us. Thank you, colleagues.
Let us give Ms. Mbadwa another round of applause. And of course, also to extend a hand to Sifako Makhato for their efforts in ensuring that they kept the sketch of gender-based violence and femicides. Let's give Sifako Makhato a round of applause. Well, one can attest to the fact that the South Africa faces severe crisis of gender-based violence. And of course, femicide, with femicide rates significantly higher than the global average, of which it's alarming for us. And we need to work hard and ensure that we are addressing this issue. And one can also attest to the fact that the key issues here that are contributing to this would be the problem of including strong culture, reinforcement of traditional gender roles, and high prevalence of immediate partner violence, and attitude to condone male aggression and dominance. But as a police, I've seen a slight increase in reports of the LGBTQI community, of which we also need to include them. But with that being said, we really appreciate your efforts. And now we'll be tapping into our other speakers. Just to give us light and the legislative framework of the gender-based violence, I will call the following people, and please do bear in mind that time is against us, and we will give you liberty to do your presentation, but let's bear in mind that time is against us. We started very late. I will start with Lieutenant Colonel S. Pakula, joined by Captain Tekani, can come and give us a legislative framework on gender-based violence. Let's give them a round of applause. That they have just joined us, and apologies for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the upon acting GBV manager of Sifako Makhato University, Higher Health, who's the spokesperson? Yeah? Stefan can come and just give us his or her presentation. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether she's here. Oh, her. Okay. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Apologies for that.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody. All protocols observed. Thank you so much for having us as Higher Health at this really important engagement. I really just have to say how wonderful it is to have these community safety forums being set up in the university space. While my presentation is loading, I'll just, for everyone in the room who doesn't know who Higher Health are, we are a national NGO, and we work on behalf of the Department of Higher Education and Training in implementing student health and wellness programs. And we've done a lot of work in terms of sectoral coordination and policy support for gender-based violence. I won't be long. I know a lot of this has been covered, and I feel like I might be preaching to the converted. So I will just go quickly through this. But I think one of the things we just need to look at in terms of context is the campus reality of South Africa in terms of gender-based violence. My previous speaker, a lot of the things that SMU is facing is what is being faced generally and at the universities and the DHET colleges and the community education training colleges as well. So a 2012 research study conducted said that 10% of reported cases of GBV do come from, and this is sexual assault and femicide, come from the higher education sector. It is a bit of an old study, but I'm sure that the statistics with this probably still remain high. We've seen recently in the news that there have been a number of femicide cases at university campuses, which is highly unfortunate. So I think it's not, and a number of speakers have spoken about gender-based violence being one of the kinds of violence that is experienced on campuses, but there's a lot of criminal violence and physical violence as well. We unfortunately live in a very violent society and country, and GBV is one of those manifestations of this violence that we see on campuses. This is various statistics. I can share the presentation. Just to say that a number of students and staff, they did a study in DHET colleges, didn't feel safe on campus, not just from gender-based violence, but also from general crime and the risk that they may feel in terms of their safety. I think one of the things I might highlight that we can look at for my presentation specifically is that intimate partner violence is the most common form of GBV that's faced in the higher education space. And I would imagine from people who are, the experts in the field of safety, this is maybe an incredibly difficult form of GBV to safely measure. It's not the stranger in the night that's committing GBV incidents. It's people who are in relationships, who are in long-term relationships, and what aspect of safety do you bring to that in order to ensure that the relationship aspect of students becomes safe. So the main things that we're seeing in the PSET sector, and this is just anecdotal from the work that we do across the sector, is male suicides are incredibly high. This is something that speaks probably to the poor mental health of male students on campuses, and these are often the ones who are perpetrating violence against women and the LGBTQI+ community. There's physical and criminal violence. One of the things that's really becoming quite prominent and problematic is cyberbullying, online GBV, sharing of inappropriate pictures, stalking, different kinds of bullying, calling people out. So it's really becoming something that is evolving, and that we not necessarily have all the correct interventions in place to address safety from an online, social media, cyber point of view, and from a digital capacity. So date rape and then sex for material benefits, including accommodation, is something that we see quite a bit, sex for marks. res rooms being allocated based on sexual exploitation, and then, as I mentioned, intimate partner violence. I'm not going to go through this. I think the point of the slide here was really just to highlight the very, very many different forms of GBV that there are. Quite often we see it in its end stage when it's become a sexual assault case, a rape case, or murder. But there are a lot of different forms of GBV that are perpetrated that may seem minor, but they're not. They can have the same kind of emotional trauma and effect. They really affect graduation and throughput rates. They affect people's mental health, and in their ongoing perpetration, it might ultimately lead to the femicide cases or the sexual assault cases that we see. So some of the safety challenges, I really won't go through this in detail. I think many of it has been mentioned in previous speakers. Inadequate infrastructure and security measures. So this is just some of the physical interventions that we see. Power imbalances. So I think when you have poor safety protocols, it can enable those power imbalances where older students, faculty members, authority figures exploit their positions to manipulate or coerce vulnerable students. So just by having those poor safety protocols in place, it can create those power imbalances that lead to gender-based violence. It's a huge congratulations to SMU for having your policies in place, but I think one of the critical points is then how to implement those and make sure that everyone on campus knows that those policy frameworks are in place. Why are there safe spaces? Where do they go if something's happened? Inducting first years as soon as they're on campus or even before they come to campus. Because our first years are an extremely vulnerable population as well, making sure that NSFAS funded students know exactly where they need to get help, because we know that this is a point of tension, but also a space where they're vulnerable if they're left without their NSFAS funding. So I think it's just about creating that safe space for them. One of the issues that Busi mentioned is underreporting. There's just a number of different reasons that people don't report, but one of the things that really comes out is a complete lack of faith in the system, that they're going to either be heard, they're going to be believed, or that something's actually going to happen. So as much as there's support from the criminal justice system outside in the community, there need to be very, very strong structures in place within the university itself, and not just for that support structures for perpetrators is critical, but also the support structure and the intervention for false allegations as well. It's one of the things that we've seen has really comes up as a topic when we engage in students, this kind of threatening of reporting a rape case, especially when there's a relationship breakdown. So I think it's about equal measure in terms of bringing those to the fore as well. Just creating a survivor complainant approach. So I won't go through these in detail, but just to say as Higher Health with DHET, I know that we do have a gender-based violence policy framework committee that we put together, which SAPS does sit on, and various other stakeholders who are in the room, and we came up with a number of protocols and implementation guidelines on how the sector can really start to practically implement policy interventions that are there, and they're all driven by a survivor complainant-centered approach. Some of the supportive and protective measures that can be put in place. So psychosocial support is critical, medical support is critical. I think being able to offer sick leave to staff who have made an allegation, changing of academic classes or concessions, suspension or special leave for staff or students, leave of absence for students. I think it's about taking that victim or the complainant out of the environment and the situation that they're currently in and not exposing them to secondary trauma. So changing of res rooms, removing the perpetrator from the res room while the investigation is undergone. But I think importantly also just noting that until the case has been kind of brought to some kind of close, that alleged perpetrator is also protected to some extent based on the kind of GBV case that has been brought. Safety in residences, we did a protocol on this as well. So this is just about making sure that residences aren't overfilled, they have separate ablutions, there's locks on rooms, making sure that safety audits are done on campus, and I'm sure this is, you know, a lot of what is going to be addressed as part of the Community Safety Forum, which is fantastic. Good lighting, visible security. I think capacity development and training is critical. A lot of people who are responsible from residences don't necessarily know how to immediately deal with a GBV case or offer what we call almost first responder training. So I think it's really important that to help SAPS and to help the people who are maybe trained in these efforts is to also train people to do an initial response to an incident as well. And then just making sure that, you know, information is everywhere, pamphlets, posters, social media, WhatsApp groups. Who's the SAPS person that you need to call? I see there was a responsible officer who's going to be allocated. Where's the local Tutuzela Care Center? Where is your psychosocial support team? Where is the campus health services? So I just thinking flooding students with information is really important as well. Also, safety in private accommodation. I think this is one of the issues that is being faced quite seriously in the sector. Is a lot of accommodation has not been vetted by the university, and it leaves those students very vulnerable. And as much as that incident is happening in the community, it really lies with the responsibility of the university to keep all of their students safe. I know this must be a very difficult issue to try and deal with, but it is something that really needs to be rectified, that all accommodation should be vetted, and everyone who runs a private accommodation should adhere to the policy and the frameworks that the university has, and should be equally trained and capacitated to deal with GBV incidents. So I think it's really important that as much as we bring all of these safety interventions on campus, they need to be brought to anywhere that students engage or work with in the community as well. Just some of the things that can be considered poor safeguarding practices. So insufficient care to prevent abuse and harm. I think, you know, also we need to, this idea of protecting staff and lecturers and senior student leaders who often are perpetrators, because there is that possibility for a power imbalance. I think it's about bringing that to the fore as well. So not allowing abusive or concerning practices to go unreported, failing to run preventative and behavior changing programs, failing to ensure that service providers, contractors, consultants, and partners adhere to GBV implementation guidelines and protocols. So everyone who is coming onto your campus, whether they're employed by the university or they're a student or not, needs to understand what the stance of the university is and need to adhere to those guidelines as well. And then not placing students in potentially compromising, uncomfortable situations. So not having accommodation that's too far from campus or in unsafe areas. And then making sure everyone does sign a code of conduct that they adhere to a no GBV policy on campus. And then, yeah, so this is just, it speaks to what we were talking about. Safety audits, well lit, there should be a place to report if there's a place that's considered unsafe, policing forums, and as I say, everything that's here is what we are in discussion here today. So I really think that that's wonderful. That's me. I hope I've given a good overview. Thank you very much.
Let's give Ms. Henry another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, are we still here? By a show of hands, can we stretch a bit? Yeah, gushushu, man. It's tough. Thank you very much. Now that you have given us you know, the gist of gender-based violence and femicide, I have taken note of what Ms. Mbanjwa has said earlier on. She said we lack a culture of reporting these incidents. Though we think that maybe we are not experiencing such in our institutions or environments, the culture of reporting needs to be instilled in the community, and we need to reinforce that. That's our mandate as from now on. But without any further ado, I would kindly call the following speakers. Lieutenant Colonel S. Pakula, and joined by Captain Matekane. Let's give them a round of applause. And with no waste of time, they will be followed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Ms. N. Machila. And after, the following speaker who will be taking the podium will be the National Prosecuting Authority, Advocate Golwana, to outline the legislative framework of the gender-based violence. I think they're putting chairs here. You can just sit here so that we fasten our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, General. Good morning, brigadiers and other senior officers and colleagues from the university in all senior levels. This is Lieutenant Colonel Pakula, Division Visible Policing and Operations under Social Crime Prevention. Thank you very much. All protocol observed. But this is what I have observed while I was sitting there at the corner. I don't know where is our SRC. Are they here? See, Mr. Satere, are they here? Thank you very much. My presentation is going to be a snapshot presentation because what I'm going to say has already been said by the previous speakers. Is it fine? Thank you very much. Mine is so simple but difficult because we've got our community sitting here, student community, employees of the universities, our principals, we are all sitting here and we are coming to listen. This city has been happening all these years. I'm lucky because I'm born in this country. Do you know that if you go to other countries like our SADC countries until North Africa, it's difficult. They don't have legislative frameworks. Are you aware? It's painful because they are coming to South Africa to come and learn about this. I only discovered that in those years I was sitting with Mozambicans, police, and our Namibian police because we are just neighbors. They didn't know that we have this kind of legislatives. The reason why, because remember, in those countries, they've got the most deep rural areas, whereby this kind of information, it's not easy. They don't even have TVs, it's hard. Their network is difficult, it's not like us, because I can switch off networks. Let me just zoom straight to my presentation. To make it easier, I was told that I was being given 12 minutes. For me, because I'm so big, it can be an hour. Thank you very much. I'm not going to dwell much on the table of content. Let me move straight to the purpose, is to provide an overview of GBVF and related legislative frameworks. SAPS mandate in relation to the implementation of GBV legislations and how it's connected to the campus community within the institutions of learning. When we talk about the institutions of learning, we are not talking about only universities. We are talking about even TVET colleges. They are part of this. We didn't single out anyone because in the Department of Higher Education, they've got two streams, the university and the TVET colleges. These are the only institutions which we are focusing on currently. The issue of the DBE, yes, because we've got a protocol, anyway, it has been renewed about a few months ago. People are aware of that one. When you look at the overview of the GBV concept. Violence is directed to someone because of their sex assigned at birth or of their gender. Violence against women, let me just warn the community who's listening. GBV is not only women, it's everyone. We are all victims. At the same time, we are perpetrators. As police officers, we are not immune, including the university management. We are all not immune to gender-based violence. It's for everyone. That one we need to be aware. And if we go outside there and do awareness campaign, make sure that whoever you are in contact with, don't tap on their coins because they will jump very high. Can you move to this? Thank you. GV-related legislations, Domestic Violence Act 1998. Remember when the president, about 2-3 years ago, when he called a family meeting where he decided that GBV is a pandemic. Yes, thank you, because we still got young people. I know I look young, but I'm 57. I know. That is the reason why technology is a problem. Our young people who are sitting there, they must come and lead us with this. I'm about to leave the baton soon to the young captain, Captain Matakan. Anyway, she's not going to present today. She said she's preparing for next week. She'll be the one who's going to present. Thank you very much. Can you move to the next slide? Because I'm doing a snapshot. Protection from harassment. These are, I'm repeating, it has been said by the previous speakers 10 times. And I don't want people who are sitting here to get bored because you'll start sleeping and you'll lose focus. Let's move. GBV Amendment Legislation 2022. Remember, whatever the president said, our national joint the following day, they convened an emergency meeting. They wanted to amend this legislation which already been developed. Then it was cascaded down to other departments, the police, everyone. Remember, each and every sector or department, it has safety and is budgeted for. Other departments, they are not using this because they are saying the police got money. We don't have money. We depend on other departments so that you must share the budget. The National Register, this one, you are aware of this one. Whoever is convicted, what will happen to? The name must be in the National Register. I'm not going to dwell much on that one. If you are convicted, your name is there for life. That is the reason why when you go out there and speak to the community in the university, make sure that they must not be found guilty of rape, sexual harassment, because your name will be in the National Register. Then you are blacklisted for life. Examples of GBV is already been said many times. Can we move? Duty to report of sexual offenses against a person who's vulnerable. Are you aware? All of us who are sitting here, we are all vulnerable. All of us, including a police officer like me. So we must make sure that when you report this sexual offenses cases, make sure that there's that room that this person is vulnerable. You take care. Can you move? Can you move on this one? because I've already alluded on that one. SAPS mandate, this one it has been said 10 times. I'm not going to dwell much on this one. It has been said 10 times. Remember, we have been governed by the Constitution of 1996. That's very important. Can you move? Move again. SAPS implementation of National Strategic Plan on GBV 2020-2030. That one, our young people who are sitting here, you must familiarize yourself with the National Strategic. It's very important. I don't know whether we are halfway in dealing with this. I don't know. It's up to the young people who are sitting here, young police officers, our student community who's sitting here. The other, I'm not going to say much on them. I'm focusing on the young people because these are the future leaders. The South African Police Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Action Plan, focus areas. I'm not going to dwell on this because already the previous speakers, they spoke about this. I don't want to waste time because I've seen some of the people, they were sleeping. I'm one of them. If it was Parliament, definitely it's supposed to be already been taken out. Can you move? Conclusion, the campus community is the extension of the outside broader community, and what happens out there is likely to happen in the institution of higher learning. Remember, this is the same people who are living outside there in the society, our community student. So if they are out, they are not student. They belongs to the society. The SAPS should work together with all stakeholders in addressing the sketch of GBV in and outside campuses. This is what we are doing. The collaboration is very important. We need to respect it and we need to implement anything which is relevant. We all have a collective responsibility to ensure that students enroll and study without fear of victimization and graduate alive. Therefore, collaboration between SAPS and the university through the campus safety community is critical. SAPS is not an island. It's relying on others' thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Let's give him another round of applause. You know, I am so grateful that I'm here, and at least I also learned something. Now I thought that you are only placed 10 years, then Molato wa Pumulu. Can't this for life? Register. No, I must go and tell my colleagues, hey, no. Let's check on that and sensitize the masses. But with that being said, I would kindly like to call this following speaker from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Ms. N. Machila. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. program director. Miss Machil. You know, the last time we had a court judgment where the judge said husbands can adopt, you know, their wives' surnames. I don't know whether that extends to adopting your manager's surname as well, a name. Okay. Having said that, colleagues, I'm not Miss Machila. My name is Chirizi Chibule from the National Department of Justice, from a unit called Protection of Rights of Vulnerable Persons. Colonel, I don't know whether my presentation will be relevant here because, you know, you've already touched on the National Register for Sex Offenders. And I am responsible for that in the National Department of Justice. My role is to maintain that register, right? So, the National Register for Sex Offenders was established in terms of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007. Don't worry, if it's not compatible with whatever, you can leave it. I'll make the presentation in the absence of that thing. It was established in terms of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007. Act 32 of 2007 places an obligation on the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to establish the National Register for Sex Offenders. That is in terms of Section 42 of the Act, right? It further says the minister would then have to appoint a fit and proper person to maintain that register. And that person is the registrar. The registrar is Ms. Machila, who was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she couldn't make it because of other commitments, right? Let's look at what are the objects or the purpose of the National Register for Sex Offenders, right? The National Register for Sex Offenders is a very critical tool when we speak of gender-based violence, right? This register was designed specifically to protect vulnerable persons. When you look at the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act number 32 of 2007, only spoke about protecting children and persons with mental disabilities, right? Following the presidential summit that was held sometime, I think it was in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, right? On gender-based violence and femicide. We then amended the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007. We now have 13 of 2021, right? The 13 of 2021 extends the scope of the National Register for Sex Offenders. Remember, the Principal Act only protected children and persons with mental disabilities. Now, the 13 of 2021 speaks of vulnerable persons. Now, it refers to children, it refers to persons with mental disabilities, it refers to women, it refers to older persons. In the past, when you are convicted of a sexual offense, you would only be included, or your details would only be recorded in the register if you were convicted of a sexual offense against a child or persons with mental disabilities. Which then means that those who have committed sexual offense against older persons would escape inclusion in the register, and it did not make sense. It is for that reason that the Act was amended. It also introduces a new form of sexual offense. I knew you would bring it back. It also introduces a new form of sexual offense, which is called sexual intimidation. How many of us know about sexual intimidation? We don't, right? So, this act also places an obligation on the employer, right? If you go to section 45 of the act, it places an obligation on the employer to ensure that you vet your employees against the National Register for Sex Offenders. And we've seen a number of departments and non-governmental organizations that are not complying with the provisions of the Act. And a failure to comply with the provisions of the Act is a criminal offense. If you have an employee or you want to employ or to hire a new employee, you need to ensure that that person is vetted against the National Register for Sex Offenders. And that is done in a prescribed manner. You don't pick up a phone and say, Mr. Chibule, can you check if Mr. X is in the register? That is done in a prescribed manner, which then means that you are going to utilize what we call a Form 8. A Form 8 is utilized by employers when they want to vet their employees. That application must be accompanied by a certified copy of an ID of the person that is being vetted, and also your SAPS 69I, right? You are also going to attach, please do not attach what we call, is it called SAPS 91A, a set of fingerprints. A set of fingerprints is very silent, but if you bring the SAPS 69I, it shows me the previous and the pending sexual offenses, right? It's more comprehensive, right? So if you do not comply with these provisions, like I said, you are contravening Section 45, right? And also, you must remember, the individual employees also have the responsibility to ensure that they check if their details appear on the register, and they must disclose to their employers. You are not going to say, because my employer did not check, therefore I do not have a responsibility to check and ensure that I disclose to my employer that my details appear on the register. This is to ensure that those who have got previous convictions, they do not have access to vulnerable persons, to prevent recidivism, né? So that these people do not re-offend, right? If you have an employee who is in a position where he has access to vulnerable persons, one, the employer can remove that person and place him where this person would not have access to vulnerable persons, where it is possible. But where it is not possible, the employer must terminate the relationship. I've received a number of applications from SAPS, and I'm glad SAPS is here. And I'm glad you are complying. Particularly those who work at FCS. Is it FCS? Yeah. We are receiving a number of applications on a daily basis from the Department of Social Development as well. I don't know if they are here. We are also urging the institutions of higher learning, to ensure that your employees or your staff are vetted against the National Register for Sex Offenders. When I say staff members, I'm not only referring to lecturers. I'm referring to staff members that have got access to vulnerable persons. Even a cleaner has got access. These people work in bathrooms and toilets and passages here. And they have contact with these vulnerable persons. And should these people sexually violate these children, and it becomes evident that you did not vet this employee, you are guilty of an offense. So, once your details are included in the register, for how long do you stay in the register? The Act is very clear. If you were convicted of a sexual offense and sentenced for a period of 6 months, but not exceeding 18 months, that sentence was suspended or not. In the past, your details would be in the register for a period of 10 years, but now, after the amendment, it's now 20 years. You can only be eligible for removal after 20 years has lapsed. Right? That is only if you were convicted of a sexual offense and sentenced for a period of 6 months, but not exceeding 18 months. If you were sentenced for a period of less than 6 months, then it's after 14 years. You can come and apply for removal from the register. If you are then sentenced for sexual offense for a period of than 18 months, you become what I refer to as a permanent resident of the register. You're not going anywhere. You stay there permanently. We give you a very special status there. You become a permanent resident. If you have got more than one sexual offense, I often joke with my colleagues to say this one is beyond repair. You stay there permanently in the register. Even if you go and apply for expungement in terms of section 271 capital letter B of the Criminal Procedure Act, you are going to send your application to me to say, can you please check if this person's details are not in the register? If your details are in the register, I'm going to issue a certificate that says your details are on the register and I'm not going to remove because your sentence is more than 18 months, because you have got more than one sexual offense. Scary, ne? I knew. So, the National Register for Sex Offenders, yes, we understand that we do not have enough capacity, but when you make an application, your certificate in terms of Regulation 8 of the Act must be issued within a period of 10 working days, where it is reasonably practicable. I must emphasize that, right? Because we do not have enough capacity and we're receiving quite a number of applications from different organizations and Department of Education as well. We have then decided to decentralize the functions of, okay, I'm almost done. We have decided to decentralize the functions of the National Register for Sex Offenders. So if you are in Mpumalanga, therefore, you would make an application in Mpumalanga. If you are in Gauteng, right? But for removal, don't go to the provinces, come to national office. That function has not been decentralized. Thank you very much. I know my presentation was going to take longer than the allocated 15 minutes. But I'm still here until the end of the program. If you have questions, you're more than welcome to come and ask me questions. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, now there's a new residency that we have to take into account. Yeah. Without any waste of time, I would kindly like to call the National Prosecuting Authority, Advocate Kulwana, to outline the legislative framework for the gender-based violence and femicide. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As aforesaid, I'm Advocate Kunwana. Yeah. I'm from the National Prosecuting Authority. Unfortunately, I was not able to bring my formal presentation due to some logistical problems, but I will share it later today or tomorrow morning. I am a community prosecutor within the DPP's office in Pretoria, the Director of Public Prosecution for the Pretoria region. I'm the senior prosecutor of the specific unit within the NPA. The NPA has introduced the initiative, because remember, within the NPA we have a number of units. So after the scourge of the gender-based violence, they established what we call a soccer unit within the NPA, which is a unit that deals specifically with cases of gender-based violence. On top of that, they now have introduced community prosecution. It is an initiative that allows us as prosecutors to engage with the community. The problems that the communities have, we sit with you together with all other stakeholders and see how we can resolve the problems. The other thing that I am responsible for is to train where training is required. Remember, for example, doctors, when you complete a J88, for us, when it gets to court, it's evidence. So we train doctors to compile J88s properly, because sometimes the kind of evidence that is contained in the J88 we cannot use in courts. And the other thing is the handwriting. I don't know how we are going to change the doctor's handwriting, because it's, yeah. But that, I don't know how we're going to change it. But remember, with a J88 in a sexual offense, that is our evidence. And when you complete a J88 as a doctor, you sometimes say you don't have a conclusion from the examination that you did. And if you as an expert does not record your conclusion with regard to your examination, how are we supposed to now prove that aspect in court? Penetration with regard to sexual offenses is it's a critical point. Penetration and consent in a rape case. Because for us to prove penetration, you have to tell us where you got the injuries, whether it's in the anus. Remember, if I may go back, common law definition of rape was sexual offense with a woman without consent. Until the SOMA Act. I think you've heard about the SOMA Act, the Social Offences and Related Matters Act 32 of 2007, as amended. Now with that, it says sexual penetration with a person. It means whether it's a man, that's rape. And I often tell people that, you know, rape now, as a sexual offense prosecutor, when we are in court, we talk about this. And we have to we have to express ourselves. You have to understand. So I often tell people that where there is a hole on your body and you are penetrated, that's rape now. So whether a person forces you to do a blowjob without your consent, that's rape. So hence we, as the community prosecutors, it is my responsibility to educate, to come to your schools, to Sfako Makato, and where you have children or your students, And I address them because they don't understand. Because they say, because a person I passed and the person hit me on my buttocks, that's, oh, but we are used to that. But in terms of the SOMA Act, Section 5.1 and Section 5.2, that's sexual assault. So the NPA's duty and my duty now is for me to come and educate people about the different kinds of offenses that are there within the Sexual Offences Act so that you understand your rights and understand when you have been wronged. The other duty that I have now is for me to I also train police officers. I work closely with FCS officers in Garankuwa, and in fact, because my jurisdiction is from Hammarskraal to Heidelberg. So I go training everywhere where I'm required. Because the other thing, police also still needs to be conscientized with the fact that you have to deal with a sexual offense. They are vulnerable. But then if a man comes and says, I've been raped, don't say you are lucky. Because remember, they say that. They still have to be, a lot of them have to be conscientized to understand that, for women and sexual offense is very traumatic. For a man, I think it's more worse. Because remember now, he's thinking that maybe my sexuality, maybe I'm gay, maybe this person, maybe I did maybe I'm not muscular enough. So if the safest place that you are saying, no, come and report. And when you get there, you are victimized. How is a man now supposed to report domestic violence and gender-based violence? It includes here with institutions of higher learning. I have seen a lot of cases that I investigated. Yes, we have security. Thank you very much for taking care of our children. But in most institutions, they investigate cases before the police. The case gets to us, they've already concluded. This one is, this girl is promiscuous. She takes men's money and now she's crying rape. You can't do that. Remember now, we have a case law, I think it's State versus Matlanga, or if that case has now changed consent altogether. The judge in that case said you can withdraw consent any given time. So now even if you have consented to the first act of sex and you do not consent to the second one, that's rape in terms of that. So the fact that a person, I love men, does not mean that I cannot be raped. Hence now you are going to say a prostitute cannot be raped. And we have prosecuted a number of people that have raped prostitutes. Because the fact that a prostitute or a person does not consent, that's rape. So before, when a student comes to you and say, this is what happened, please, you must treat them with the utmost care. Because we don't want secondary victims. victimization. The fact that the children maybe are not reporting is how they are treated when they come to you asking for help. Because I don't expect an institution like Sefako Makato and have a less amount of cases being reported. Why is that? We need to investigate that. Why are they keeping quiet? What is going on? What is the reason they are keeping quiet? Is it because once you are from a rich family or a poor family, they won't listen to this one? So we must change that attitude. I'm not saying it's happening, but if it is, it must be changed. The other thing I think we also have to understand and know that we have a responsibility as lecturers, as people that work around children. In terms of the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, I think it's Act Section 54, subsection 1. That it gives a legal duty to you as a person who works with children to make a report. On a sexual offense, should it be reported to you? And failure to do same, and I often see that after this student has reported to you, when now you are expected to come to court, you said, but no, I don't know anything about it. Forgetting the fact that you are our first report. And in most cases, if there's delayed reporting, because remember, the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act says that we do not have to infer negatively from late reporting of a sexual offense. So a sexual, even if the child was or the student was raped 3 months before, and comes to you today, it's not to say we are not going to prosecute. In terms of the SOMA Act, we can. Okay, there's a number of things that, yeah, I needed to discuss, but I see that the is now showing me that now I've. But the NPA, you know, with the NPA, we prosecute without fear, favor, and prejudice. So if you come to us and you have evidence, rest assured, there's prosecutors that will help you. We have TCCs. I have not even touched the TCC that we have. The closest one, I think, here is Mamelodi. There was supposed to have been one in, I think, Odi. I was supposed to be heading, but due to logistical reasons, the project had to be cancelled. And we also have court preparation officers in court when a victim of domestic violence or sexual offenses comes, and you are scared, they are there to protect and give you all the support. If you have any problem with a case, you go to court, there's a prosecutor. If a prosecutor is not helping you or assisting your victim, you go to the control prosecutor. If the control prosecutor is not assisting, you go to the senior public prosecutor. If the senior public prosecutor is not assisting, you have the chief prosecutor. If the chief prosecutor is not assisting, then you have us at the office of the DPP. You have all the rights. Advise your students about the rights that they have. And I'm also available to give training on whatever aspect with regard to evidence and DNA evidence. Thank you very much.
Advocate Kunwana, what you just highlighted to us is very scary, and it's painful because of in a country whereby we know we've got a lot of old traditional people, it's going to take quite an effort to overturn the thinking and how we view what is rape. And we are fortunate here at SMU. I mean, we've spoken, the office of the GBV and femicide was here, led by the acting manager, Membanjwa. And we are lucky, here on campus, she goes from school to school, department to department, and when advocates spoke here now, I just got rituals because of when, firstly, Membanjwa came to the school and told us about everything that she was telling us now, advocate. Everyone was shocked. And surprisingly, she's talking now, advocate, and I'm getting chills again because I know I'm coming from rural areas whereby men are conditioned differently as to what rape is. Without wasting further time, I want to believe that we need to be having gender-based violence, femicide, survivors' needs and support, as well as mental health support and support structures. And for this segment, please help me welcome the Department of Health, Clinical Forensic Medical Services, Ms. L. Makamba to the front. She must be followed by SMU Student Counselor and Campus Health, Dr. G. Nepfumbanda, and Bishop Foundation, Ms. N. Madlana, as well as Economic Activation Office Sweep, Ms. N. Matole. There's chairs for you in front. Please come and sit here so that to save time, after one speaks, the other one comes in. You would have seen, if you're looking at your programs, we've skipped a very important part, which is a body break. We were running behind on time, and apologies for that. We ask that if you have to use a bathroom, can we please do it in between sessions and not while presenters are busy in front so that we don't distract them. Can I ask for the speakers to come to the front, please?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Program Director, for the introduction. Like he has said, my name is Lungiswa Makamba, and I work for the Department of Health under a directorate called Forensic Medical Services. This directorate has two sub-directorates in it. It has Clinical Forensic Medical Services, as well as Forensic Pathology Services. So with Forensic Pathology Services, we are responsible for actually collecting bodies from crime scenes and taking them to the government mortuaries if they have died of unnatural causes, and that is where the postmortems are done. And then for Clinical Forensic Medical Services, we mainly work with survivors of gender-based violence. We have centers around Gauteng and we have about 27 of these centers. The previous speaker touched on doctors and J88s, that is us. We have clinics in all the different districts, and they are manned by our doctors, our nurses. We also have psychosocial support there, which is given by our social workers, and in some instances we also have psychologists. They work very closely with our stakeholders, which is the police. We work extremely closely with the FCS that was mentioned previously, because they are the ones who bring cases of people who have experienced sexual offenses. They bring them to us so that they can be examined, and so that they can also have evidence collected from them and get the treatment that they require. The J88 is also filled in by our doctors and nurses who are trained to fill them in. And the previous speaker spoke about no conclusions in the J88. I would just like to comment on that, because not every case of rape will come in with injuries. Sometimes a perpetrator, the survivor will allow the perpetrator to have sexual intercourse with them just so that they do not get hurt or that the situation does not escalate. And for a person who is an adult who is sexually active, you do not always get injuries because this person has had sex before. And in most cases with children, you do not get injuries because perpetrators are very clever, and they make sure that these children, they groom them into thinking that this is a normal occurrence, and they don't just start off by penetrating at times. They start off doing other sexual acts, and that does not mean that a sexual offense has not been committed on that person. So when a doctor or a nurse says that they cannot conclude and say that there was penetration, they really cannot, because if they cannot see any injuries, they cannot say that there are injuries where there aren't any. Okay. Also, I've already mentioned that we have 27 dedicated centers. We have CFMS centers and tutuzelas. So tutuzelas have been mentioned. They are part of the NPA structures, but for the health side of things, the Department of Health is responsible for the doctors and nurses, as mentioned. But like Eguruleni has 6 centers in total, and 2 of them are tutuzelas. So the other 4 are clinical forensic medical services centers. In Johannesburg, we have 8, and 2 are tutuzela care centers. And we also have Ikayale Temba, which is under the Department of Community Safety. In Sidibeng, we have 2 centers, and one of them is a tutuzela care center. Here in Tshwane, we have 7 centers, of which 2 of them are tutuzelas. And in the West Rand, we only have clinical forensic medical services centers. So the package, like I've mentioned, we manage survivors of sexual offenses and gender-based violence. We examine suspects, including drunk and driving suspects, suspects of sexual offenses and other crimes. The DNA collection, we don't usually do that anymore because the police have been trained and they do that themselves these days. We testify in court as expert witnesses because we have filled in the J88s, and sometimes we have to be a witness because we were the first report for the survivor. We follow up clients for support and encourage compliance. We do age estimations as well as medical assessments. Management of child and elderly abuse, grant for foster care at some districts, not everywhere. We also see survivors of trafficking in persons. We raise awareness to communities and encourage survivors to report. The services that the survivors get when they get to our centers, we contain their trauma, we do physical examinations, we collect evidence, we give treatment in the form of post-exposure prophylaxis. We also have, like I mentioned, psychosocial support, ongoing counseling, and follow-up visits. What is this post-exposure prophylaxis? It is a course of HIV medication that the survivors can take to who have been at risk of contracting diseases from the sexual acts. So in the context of sexual assault or rape, it includes STI, hepatitis B, prevention of pregnancy, and mental illness. The course of the PEP medication is for 28 days, and it should be taken as soon as possible, immediately, or within 72 hours to prevent patients from being infected with HIV. Why do we use PEP? It's because there are very high rates of HIV in the country, and in order to address the survivors' vulnerability, HIV infection as a result of having been raped, legislature introduced HIV-related services when they reformed South Africa's law, and under the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Related Act, we are mandated to actually give this treatment for free to survivors of sexual offenses. And because they've been exposed to semen or blood or bodily fluids, which can result in them contracting HIV, and we give it because it is our legal obligation. Clinical management, we have the post-exposure prophylaxis, which is the ARV drugs. We have the emergency contraception to prevent unwanted pregnancies. We also give other antibiotics to clear out any STIs. We also prevent hepatitis B infection, and we give an injection for tetanus toxoid if there are any open wounds that the person might have. Like I said, it's a 28-day course, and we are mandated by the law to give it. So we only give it to those who have been tested negative. So when survivors come into our clinics, like I said, we contain their trauma. We then also test them for HIV if they are ready to test, because sometimes they will tell you that they are not ready yet because they've also experienced such a trauma and they are not ready to have their results read out to them. So whether they test or not, we give them the treatment because it does not do any harm if you drink it, even if you are HIV positive. So they should get the full course of the treatment, regardless of if they tested or not. So those who test negative, they get the full course, as well as the other treatment mentioned. Those who test positive are then referred for ongoing lifelong ARV treatment that they need. We do pre-test counseling and post-test counseling, and this is what I've just explained to you. Yeah. I've explained this as well, and we support them to adhere because we provide them with written information. So if something is written down, even if you forget, you can always refer to it. We show them how to identify the medications that they need to take. We also have to mention any side effects that they might experience because they might end up not taking the full course of the treatment due to side effects. And we also give them other medications that will assist them to comply better. And we follow up on them we have a 6 weeks follow-up, we have a 3 months and a 6 months follow-up. And during all those follow-ups, they also get psychosocial support. Thank you.
Maybe while you're standing here, please do not sit down just yet. I just want to check if the other colleagues are here who's supposed to be speaking after you. Right. While she's coming down, a quick question. I might have missed it. Do you also vaccinate for human papillomavirus in these instances?
So the clinics, all PHC, CHC clinics, those primary healthcare clinics, are the ones who do the HPV vaccinations. We at our centers only deal with gender-based violence cases.
All right, I'm a vaccine advocate, so I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. My speakers are very shy. I put chairs for them in front to come and sit here, but it seems like they're scared of the camera. Please help me welcome now Dr. G. Nepfumbada. All right, perfect. She is from the SMU Student Counseling and Campus Health. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think one of the advantages of speaking at the end, you can easily say in conclusion, and then you go and sit down. But anyway, I am here representing student affairs, which student counseling is one of the units. And I think it will be fair enough to speak on behalf of student affairs in general, not only the counseling, because we all have roles in curbing this GBV issue. But I will focus more on psychosocial services, which that's what I do as a social worker. So student affairs, we have the campus health, where our students are taken care of at the clinic. You also have us, the psychosocial unit. We also have our residencies, where our students are placed and well taken care of, and maybe also kept safe from the snakes that the chaplain has spoken about. And we also have the sports and recreation, where we understand some of these issues can also be addressed through the sporting activities. Maybe to avoid some arguments, if you can just go and kick that ball, you will avoid a lot of issues. So as I was preparing for this, I went through the university values, and I thought it's important for us to really remind ourselves of who we are and what we stand for. And I picked one of the values which I think is more relevant to what we are talking about today. And that value is what we know of, very familiar, which is respect. And I will read what it says. It says, the value of respect states that respect and honor the dignity of each person, embrace civil discourse, and foster a diverse, inclusive, and a safe community. So as I looked at this, the word respect, to say maybe some of these things that we are struggling or we are talking about or we are complaining about, if we can go back to adhere or to take the value of respect serious. When I respect you, I will understand that a no means no. When I respect you as students, I will understand when you say the relationship has ended, I will understand that I need to let go of you. When I respect you, I will know that when the tone of voice is high and I say this tone is high, I will understand and keep it low. But it appears our students, or even us in general, it appears we are overlooking the value of respect. Maybe we think it's an old school or something that it's no longer valuable. But it's a call to all of us to say, maybe if we can take this value serious, some of the things we will not do. If you respect a person, you will understand that this is not a tool that I can use anywhere, anyhow, the way I like it. And I've also checked the strategic goal, which student affairs has a responsibility to support the holistic development of students, to enable them to advance academically and personally by providing a range of co-curricular support services. How can we achieve this if we don't work collaboratively with other stakeholders? How do we speak of graduations if our students are not socially, emotionally, and psychologically okay? So we understand that as student affairs, as custodians of students, to say we have a huge responsibility to play, to say GBV cannot happen under our watch. We are there to educate our students. we live with them every day, we see them every day, then it must be on us to say what cannot be done to us, why should it be done to them? So in student affairs, psychosocial services, to be specific, we are there to render the crisis intervention. Immediately when cases are reported, we do not dismiss our students. What I think we all need to know or to remind ourselves is victims of GBV, what they need most is to be listened to than to be judged. Many are running away, many are avoiding to report these cases because they know that immediately when they open their mouth, they are judged. Immediately when they open their mouth, they are asked questions that give them secondary victimization instead of comfort, instead of providing a light beyond what has gone through. So we are there to say to our students, because we work specifically with students, not employees. So when we offer this service, we offer this trauma counseling to them, we provide this psychosocial service, we are saying there's still light beyond what we have gone through. And mostly what we are doing, we are educating them to say, never back down. When we have reported a case, it doesn't matter the consequence. What will happen to the perpetrator, it doesn't matter, it is not your concern. What we focus on is you report the case, stand your ground. If you have been violated, you have been violated, and nothing can stop you from getting the right that you need to get. So some of the students you find, they report a case, but immediately when they see that, okay, maybe the perpetrator can be suspended, then they tend to back down to say, no, maybe let's talk about this. I think it's not fair. So as much as it's not fair, what was not fair was for the perpetrator to do what he or she did to you. So if they never thought of the consequences of what they're doing, why should we think of it now? But having said that, we are saying as much as the victim is there, we support them. We also support these perpetrators. We understand as police, your job is to make sure that they go where they belong. But as much as they are here and you find whatever they've committed doesn't throw them into the cells and they are still with us, we need behavior modification programs to say as much as you are here, because if we just say this is a perpetrator, we have nothing to do with you, the very same student is going to do another thing to another student. Then it will be a trend to say, today one was raped or they were harassed, tomorrow, and you find it's the very same person, we have committed it yesterday or a day before. So we also focus on these perpetrators. So our call for action, we are saying to our students, can we normalize talking about the GBVF? The dialogues that we conduct, the mental health awareness campaigns that we conduct, and we have also identified a challenge there to say as much as we have these dialogues, as much as we have these awareness campaigns with our stakeholders, our male counterparts are not showing up. So we understand maybe with these forums and we have a lot of men in, can you please come through and assist us? Maybe they look at us and say, are we men? What can you tell us? But maybe when we find men who will come and support us, we'll also win with this one. Substance abuse. We understand that this is a very serious issue that we need to deal with, because some of these problems, if you were to go through, you will find that there were substances involved before a particular act was conducted. So we also appreciate what our residencies are doing, having rest managers there who look after these students, who put some order there and make sure that policies, rules, and regulations are followed. Our securities, the biometrics, just to make sure who enters the residencies and who comes out. Because if we don't have that control and we have people coming out, entering, the chances of these cases happening are very high without a trace or a person who have committed it. So we are saying, Colonel, we don't need the uniform around here. What we need is change of mindset. What we need is change of attitude. That value of respect, if we can maintain that, the uniform will remain where they stay and they will do what they need to do. But as students, imagine when you're in class and the police is standing around you, how do you concentrate in class? But if we can teach each other to change our mindset and how we believe things were supposed to be and do what is right, then we can win this. I will close this by this one quote which I have found by the EFF MP, which says, GBV is not about one gender suffering over another. It is about power, control, and harmful gender norms. We need new strategies. The old ones are not working. Teach young children that violence is not acceptable, no matter what or no matter who the victim is. This is a collective responsibility. Let us work together to end GBV in our campuses. I thank you.
I don't get it. When you talk matters of the heart, we men shy away. You know, Trevor Noah was saying the other day that if I want to say to a lady friend, I love you, I would say, I love you. But I can't say to my brother, I love you. I would rather say, I love you, and hug them quickly, and I don't even want to touch them. And it's worrying that we cannot communicate at that level, and it's scary. Even in churches, you don't find men. We don't go to church. So I think the honors are on you, experts, to make sure that we reprogram our mindset and see how we can bring men to the discussions so that we can address these matters. It's very reassuring to know that we've got all these services on campus. But I know that we have other people, students, who don't stay on campus. And we have other organizations outside campus, such as your Bisho Hope Fund, who looks at workshops basically on gender-based violence. They also look at psychosocial services for individuals, couples, and families. And that is reassuring to know that we've got outside campus as well, we've got services where we can run to when we are faced with this matter. Can we have Ms. Madlana from the Bisho Foundation to come and address us as well? Thank you. Mrs. Madlana with us? She stepped out. This, okay. In her absence or the team, we're going to move right along to the Economic Activation Office sweep, Ms. N. Matole. Let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Is it? Okay, that's great. My name is Naledi Matole from the Economic Activation Office. I was asked to give just a brief presentation on I was asked to give a brief presentation on the Student Women Economic Empowerment Program, otherwise short for SWEEP. I must say it is a bit intimidating being in a room full of police officials, so I can see the stigma that is around that, especially females. There's something about the hats that they're wearing that, yeah, okay. All right, so what is SWEEP? So the Economic Activation Office is basically an office within the institution that facilitates as well as facilitates the entrepreneurial programs and initiatives that happen on campus throughout various programs. And this is an initiative of the Department of Higher Education under the EDHE program. So I think a few people are familiar with that. And the main call that the Department of Higher Education had was because they saw the rising rates of unemployment that is in the country, right? Just because you're a graduate, it doesn't automatically mean that you're going to get hired. It breaks my heart to actually see people standing on the side of the road with like a billboard card listing all their qualifications, but unable to get a job. And so they instituted what we call the EDHE programs or entrepreneurial programs to get students to think more entrepreneurially, right? Because it's not necessarily about starting a business, but it's about being proactive. An entrepreneur doesn't wait for things to come to them, but they're proactive. But what started to happen is that they realized that the student women didn't have their own division, right? They had unique problems that were different from the boys. And so they then instituted what we call the SWEEP program, which falls underneath the EDHE program. And we say SWEEP for short because it's Student Women Economic Empowerment Program. It's quite a long name. And so we currently have a chapter now at SMU, and we actually launched ours last year. So this is done across all the universities throughout the country. It's not unique to SMU. And so, like I already mentioned, the importance of the SWEEP program is that there's a rise of female graduates. If you look at the statistics, there are more female graduates than male graduates. But statistics also then tells us that in the workplace, it's the other way around. There's more males than females. And on top of that, when females get into similar positions of power as men, they are underpaid, right? And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that as women, sometimes we are taught to be humble. So you don't always know how to negotiate, whereas men have got this audacity, you know, they just walk into the room, they'll start speaking, you know, whether they are, I hope I don't offend anyone, but I mean in the sense that, you know, they have this confidence that we are bred as children to say, as women, we need to be humble, you know, when you see a man, you need to be, so when it's time for you to now negotiate your salary, or to negotiate your position, those principles are still embedded in your mind. And so they want the student women to be embedded with the confidence to be able to go into the workforce and to be able to negotiate and stand up for themselves. And so one of the things why we are so connected as well, I've just touched those, I'm gonna skip through it because of time. Like we mentioned, I mentioned the financial dependency that also comes about when a female is not, empowered, right? She tends to then depend on a man, right? What I tell to the students is that we are not feminists. We are not the men are trash group. No, we are not part of that. We understand the role that men play in society. However, there is an important role that being economically independent plays when it comes to GBV. And the statistics also show us that women who are less economically empowered are more prone to abuse than women who are, right? And it's the reason because now you're dependent on this man. However he treats you, whichever way, how, you tend to accept it because where am I going to go with the kids, you know? And it doesn't really matter whether you're married or single. My mom always says to us, you must be very careful. Even if you are married, you must know when your husband says he wants 4 kids, those 4 kids are yours. If anything happens here, you are the one that has to see plan what's happening with the kids. So there's a stigma associated with also divorce. If I leave this man and he leaves me, what will people say, right? So people stay in relationships that do not serve them, that do not serve the children out of that mentality. And so the SWEEP program gives the students access to these opportunities, right? Because we are linked up with the Departments of Higher Education, we now have the British Council, which has also come on board, and many other partnerships, because globally they are seeing that it's important to empower more women, and they get access to these networks, they get access to mentoring, and also, you know, workshops that we also do. But it's also like, I like what was previously said, it's about a mindset shift that we're trying to embed into the student women. Now, something that is very important, one of the stats that I really love to share whenever I'm doing a presentation, is that oftentimes we think that unemployment affects the woman. So if a woman is unemployed, then obviously she gets abused. But there's also statistics that show that when men are unemployed, the abuse also gets worse, right? Because there are societal pressures that men have to provide for the family. And when they're unable to provide for their family, there's, I wouldn't say an ego gets kicked or something happens, and they then tend to take that out onto their family. So unemployment affects both women and men in the home, but women are then seen, or women and children are seen as the more vulnerable group. All right, so one of my favorite sayings is, it's an African proverb actually, is if you change a girl, you change a nation, right? If you change the way a girl sees herself, I always say that as women, I feel we carry children, but we also birth so many dreams. We birth so many opportunities. Women inherently are able to do something from nothing. I think that is something that God has given all of us. And so if you change the mindset of a girl within a community about what that is, you know, she's able to influence other girls. And the reason why we have this SWEEP community is some of these girls are now able to freely speak about certain things that have happened to them because it's a safe space. So although we do welcome the support of men, but the group is predominantly women, and we do have girls who randomly will start, talking during a workshop and saying, something happened to me, and I didn't know that this was wrong, right? I know it didn't feel right, but the manner in which it was done. And when they have older female mentors who are working, they're able to tell them that, you know what, this will happen in the workplace where it's borderline harassment, but you're not sure if it really is harassment, right? I've heard a lot of female staff say that, my male manager said something, and the way he said it, I'm not sure if this is harassment or not, right? So sometimes students fall into the same trap when they do not have that person to support them. So in closing, I know it's quite a short presentation, but in closing, a call to action when it comes to engagement, because I know I didn't just want to present this and have people not jump in and rope in. Students need mentors. So this is a call to the female leaders that are in the group and even the police officials. They need people that they can look up to, that even if they, finish with varsity and they're going out into the world, people that they can call and say, mama, I'm having a difficulty when it comes to this. How do I navigate this space? Or I see that you're a senior official. How do I get to where you are? Because I think for us, we even understand, just because you have a senior official, it doesn't mean that you necessarily get mentored in your specific division, right? But if you have someone who is outside of the space, who can guide you. I've had the opportunity of having both male and female mentors, and I can tell you the mentorship is very different. Men are very cutthroat, get to the point, but there's something that female bring to the table that's very unique, that's soft, that's gentle, that allows you to connect with people. And so also to the police officials, I heard someone saying, please, we would like to give workshops and things like that. We would love to partner up with you as well, because we want to have the students feel safe. I think, like I said, it is intimidating. So if you say to students, come to a room full of police officials to talk about GBV, yeah. But if you say to them, there's Me Mang Mang coming from Guy, she's coming to speak to us about this, then they're more comfortable and they get to be relaxed in that environment, right? Because some of them, you must remember, when they're a victim, they have been told about certain things. There's a mindset to say, if you speak up, this and this is going to happen. And so we try to create those safe spaces. Thank you very much.
It is truly beautiful to know that Bare ka Setswana bolo jwa bo sale metsi. So when we're starting at a grassroots level to change the mindset, that means the cohort of men tomorrow will be more receptive and understanding of the issues that we face. Colleagues, we went through the day without even giving you an opportunity to engage. We are at the tail end of the program. Please bear with us, but we thought it's important for the next session to give an opportunity to all of you sitting here to engage the previous speakers. Already, my lieutenant here was already on my case sitting there, like, I've got a question. So now, let me give him an opportunity to ask a few questions.
Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you. But I must say, before I even tap to what it's not a question per se, but it's something that I want to enlighten the House with. But before I do that, can we say phansi nge-inequality phansi? Phansi nge-crime phansi. Phansi nge-gender-based violence phansi. Phansi nge-femicide phansi. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ma'am Madlana. I heard what you said earlier on your presentation, but Matola, sorry for that. Matole, sorry for that. I think it is about time that we teach men to coexist with women, and understanding that we are living in changing times. As we are heading towards 16 days of activism, I always, it's always daunting for me because of we solely concentrate on women and children and leaving men behind. It is time that we include men and we see more men being active in this so that they understand what we are currently facing, so that they can have light also as men to can really, really be enlightened and educated. That's what I wanted to say. But for now, we will open this forum for all of you those who have questions, to can just bring them forth, and we will do it in such a fashion. By a raise of hands, we will take note of you, and then you pose your question, and then the panelists and everyone is welcome to can answer, and all the speakers who are here is welcome to can answer if they feel that the question is directed to them. So by a show of hands, is there a roving mic? Is there a roving mic? Is there a roving mic? Okay, yeah. Then I will open this session for questions. Okay, by a show of hands, who has a question? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, there's a lady there. Please introduce yourself and give us your question. Thank you. There, that lady. I must say this was informative. So, Rebetaka Kilaka Leo. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Or was 14 years old, and then it happened, and here's a person now, a professor now, in his 50s. Now we are bound to comply. A person gets vetted, and that is picked up. The offense of many moon years ago. What happens?
Okay. Right.
I'll give it to the advocate above.
Okay, advocate, is she still with us?
Advocate still here with us.
Seemingly not.
Here,
General
here's an answer.
will.
No, I don't want to give an answer. I want to advise. Good afternoon. Sorry. I hope you're all well. Maybe I wanted to request that the program directors maybe take 5 questions first, and let the people respond after 5 questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, General. Then we'll move next to the next speaker.
My name is Jacob Munedi Likabe. I'm representing Labour here at SMU. I'm going to ask a question in relation to, from a Labour perspective. I'm glad the brigadiers and the lieutenants are here, and maybe they can advise us in relations to Labour issues, if we have Labour issues, especially during salary negotiations. We actually are confronting management on issues of that. Now, the issue is about our members' safety, right, as well. Our policies are not so friendly in terms of labor issues, right? When strikes actions are being taken, we are actually not allowed to strike within the university campus. And some of you, I'm sure, we have met at the gate at some stage with the police, with the lieutenants at the police. Now, we are in the process of actually reviewing our policies, right, in terms of strike policies, and we are concerned about our members as well, right? What advice can you give in terms of strikes, during strikes, right? The parameters, especially we, organized labor, we want to strike within the parameters of the university for our own members' safety, right? Because we don't want our members to be charged to say, look, you were disturbing the road traffic there, right? So what advice can you give to us in terms of striking within the parameters of the university, distance within the buildings of the university?
A very important question indeed that poses security and safety problems if it's not well managed. I had a third hand.
Of course.
Yes.
Mine is about the sexual offenders register of the presenter who was just before us here. I think I picked up a point where he was saying that there are very few of these officers in his unit. And I will say on behalf of the community as a member of the CPF, we have noted that there's a lot of issue that relates to especially the ECD centers, the schools, let alone the tertiary institutions, where there are a lot of problems. I just want to know how they're actually planning to cope with the situation that we face. There's a lot of issues on social media about the kids that are being actually compromised at the ECDs, compromised in the schools. I'm a former teacher. One of the things that we normally come across is kids who are unable to disclose the situations that they face at their home places, and when they come to school, we find that the child is actually uncomfortable to disclose what is actually going on at home. Sometimes they sleep in one room, all four of them in cuckoos. How do we deal with that to try and save the situation? Thank you.
Of course,
Yeah,
thank you.
we had packed questions. I'm going to hand over to you to see if we cannot address those first, and then
Okay.
before we move on, because they were packed, all three of them.
Right.
Okay, I've got one more question. I'm sorry.
One more question.
One more
We
question.
do.
Thank you. My name is Andrew. I just want to, maybe it might be a statement. How do we get men involved? One is that guys are full in taverns and shebeens, especially when Sundowns and Chiefs and Pirate plays. Maybe before the game, we need somebody to address the gender-based issues. That's one. Two, there is this important days where women are celebrated. And you hardly find men like your Valentine's Day, your Women's Month. You'll find that women have conferences and all this type of events, and they hardly invite men to come and address them. And I always say, we leave the abusers behind. And when you come back from that interesting event, you find the very same abuser here. What do you do? Thank you.
That sounded more like a statement.
Doesn't give in. So it means that we have to target men in sports events and taverns, their gathering, their normal gatherings.
Yes.
Exactly.
Co-program director, while I'm standing next to the deputy director here, I think he's the most relevant person to address question number 2.
Question
so
number
maybe,
2.
yes.
Of course.
And that is
Okay.
It was the question on...
Yeah, the question was the member safety and the policy is not friendly in terms of labor issues here in this institution. And also they are in a process of renewing their policies. And how are you going to assist in terms of when they hold labor strikes and so forth as an institution? Yeah. I did get the gist of your question, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. But I think I'll hand over the mic to the relevant department, which is Mr. Solim Places within our midst. He can be able to answer that. Dr. Matebula, hand it over to Mr. Place.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I see I've been thrown under the bus here. But in essence, the question that came from the floor in regards to the policy reviews, I think a colleague is fully aware that we are in the process of making sure that that specific policy is going to be reviewed. And in regards to that, I think part of it, it will be an inclusive policy where it will address all the issues that have been raised by organized labor. So in a nutshell, I can say, rest assured, that policy will be taken care of, and we'll make sure that it's in compliance with the Labor Relations Act, and the inputs from colleagues will be incorporated in that policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Seemingly, okay. Okay, the General.
Yeah, thank you. I might not give you the answer that you want, but I'm just going to, I think the colleague touched the issue of the Labor Relations Act. If you were to go from Labor Relations Act 64, Section 64 to 68, it outlines the processes when it comes to strike. And now it depends on what type of a strike it is, because of, remember that in terms of Labor Relations Act, while you've got the right to strike, and another employee has got the right to go to work. So the police will only come in when now you break the law. Our role as police is to make sure that there's peaceful strike. If you are picketing, what needs to happen is that they do not violate the employer's right also, because of the employer has got the right in terms of the Labor Relations Act. Remember that you've got the bargaining chamber that you might be having also. So those are the issues that is there. So I believe that the colleague will have actually addressed the issue that you have. But from our side, remember that our role is to ensure that there's a rule that is being complied with. You violate the rule, then that's when we come in. But if there's a peaceful strike, you'll never even see the police. But if there's a lockout rule that is there and that it is in compliance with Labor Relations Act, as police we cannot intervene. We are only going to execute what is required from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. That was very insightful. Let's give him a round of applause. You are satisfied? Yes, thank you. Of course. Okay, they want to see you outside, General. So our last question was it also touched on the sexual offenders register. And he also mentioned that the department has few officers in the unit. And then again, his concern also raised an increase in social ills that we see on social media, whereby kids' safety is compromised. And also, he also tapped into lack of, reporting any incidents. So he wants to know how can he be assisted in that regard. I just hope I got the gist of your question. Is it good? Thank you very much. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah, it is true that we have limited resources in terms of human resource capacity to can deal with the high volume of applications that we receive on a daily basis. Like I said, one of the strides that we've made as the department to ensure that we deal with this application was to decentralize the function of the National Register for Sex Offenders. In the past, you would find that people from as far as Limpopo, Western Cape, they would submit their applications at national office, which is no longer the case now. Just a couple of months ago, we wrote a memo to the minister to say we need to capacitate the Office of the National Register for Sex Offenders. And there are about 100, and I can't remember the exact number, but I know it's more than 100 posts that we are going to advertise as the unit for all the provinces to ensure that we have enough capacity to deal with the applications that we receive on a daily basis. I hope that answers your questions. But with regard to issue of disclosure of sexual offense or sexual violation by children in daycare centers, I think the Department of Social Development is more relevant to can respond to that question, not National Register for Sex Offenders. I think there was a question, I didn't quite get your question. I think it was about children being included in the register. Okay. In the past years, children below the age of 18 would then be automatically included in the register. But we had a case at some point, it's the Center for Child Law versus the Minister of Justice, where the Center for Child Law argued that it violates the rights of children to automatically include them in the register. Then we had to embark on a project wherein we removed all the children in the National Register for Sex Offenders. Children are dealt with in terms of the Child Justice Act, not in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. Therefore, when you check our register, you'd find that there are no children under the age of 18 in the register.
Just for clarity, so if I had an offense while I was 18, today I'm 50, I should not be on that register.
If you are below the age of 18, you shouldn't be in the register.
I committed the act while I was 18, 50 years later. Am I still?
You only, if you commit sexual offense and you are below the age of 18, you shouldn't be in the register. If you are 18 and above, you will be in the register. And you remain in the register until you make an application for removal from the register after a certain period of time has lapsed, if you are eligible. If you have got more than 2 sexual offenses, like I said, you won't be eligible for removal, of course. And if you were sentenced for more than 18 months, you won't be eligible for removal.
I think, Osgrace, what he means is that that particular person needs to apply to be removed from the register if they meet the criteria for removal. And I'm coming to you, cognizant of time, quickly.
No, thank you, Dad. I think you covered it because I wanted to find out on why does a person have to apply after that period has lapsed instead of just maybe automatically being removed by the system? Why do I have to apply?
I think it's important, especially from an HR perspective, because they deal with these matters every time when they have to hire new staff members. So in that perspective, I think it's important.
The reason we have to apply for removal and there's no such thing as automatic removal from the register. That is why I said, amongst other things that you need to attach to your application would be your sub 69I, because I need to be able to check whether you have any other pending sexual offense against you. Not because 20 years has lapsed, therefore automatically we need to remove. Because we would have, if we automatically remove, then we would have people who are in the register and 20 years has lapsed, then the system then removes this person, but only to find that in the period of 20 years, before that 20 years could lapse, this person has committed another sexual offense and is still pending. Because remember, we only include after the court has made a finding or this person has been convicted, not when the criminal case is still pending. But if you have a pending criminal a sexual offense, I am not going to remove until such case is finalized.
Over to
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. It is my wish that a number of students were here to can just witness what we are discussing so that, they get light and they can sensitize others to, be enlightened and educated about what we are talking about. But now our program is signed. We are about to seal it and deliver. So we are only left with 2 segments for the program. And I would kindly like to call Colonel M.F. Lidwaba and the Deputy Director of SMU Security Services, Mr. A. Sateche, to deliver the speech regarding the establishment of the CCSF in terms of the reference of structure. Let's give them a round of applause as they seal this program. Answer it now. Okay.
In the National Register for Sex Offenders, we do not only include South Africans, even those that were convicted of a sexual offense in a foreign jurisdiction, they are included in the register. We work closely with the Department of, DECO, the International Relations. So even those that have been convicted of a sexual offense in a foreign jurisdiction, then we include in the register. So they would appear in our register. Yes, I do understand sometimes there would be those that would not appear in our register, but we're working very hard to ensure that even those convicted of a sexual offense in foreign jurisdiction, they are included in the register.
Thank you very much. Over to our speakers. The podium is yours.
Good afternoon once again, colleagues. I think myself and Colonel Ladau are standing between your lunch. I'll try to be as quick as I can so that it can be released from this, what do you call it? Without any waste of time, in terms of the establishment of the community police forums, like as I said before, there's quite a number of role stake players, stakeholders that have to participate in that. Already, as a department, we have nominated the list of the people that are going to participate, and then 90% of them have already accepted. I'm going to just mention the department that is going to take part. I'll start with, even if I don't mention your department, but you did receive a communique. We have gotten structure from finance, the director of finance. We have got our main stakeholder, which is the student affairs, director of student affairs. We have got the student representative, represented by 4 members. We have got the organized labor as part of that, the community policing forum, as well as 4 members of South African police stations. And then there's quite a number of them that we are more than 30 in number. But due to the question of time, I'm not really going to talk individuals, what will be the roles and responsibilities. But the important part after the committee has been established, which is going to introduce to the management and the community at large tomorrow, during the tomorrow's session, then what will happen is that we'll sit as a committee when I'll draft in terms of reference. The Colonel here will just flag how the terms of reference look like. And then once the terms of reference is done, it will be circulated among the members. I see Campus Health is also represented here. I see ER, employee wellness is also represented here, the campus clinic, marketing and communications, human resource department. All those in the director leading those departments are going to form part of this engagement, which I think that is a very good crucial platform in terms of raising the issues and then how to take the issues forward. I'll now hand over to Kanel just to briefly just to discuss what you want to present, and then from there we'll be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, the terms of references, we actually took from one of the existing committee. Here, as you can see, is the reference for fruitless and wasteful expenditure committee. Now, what is required here is just an introduction where it will be guiding as to what is that you're actually supposed to be doing and the purpose of this forum as well. Then you'll be talking to the composition and members of the committee, like I indicated, the roles and responsibilities. Who is responsible for doing what and who's responsible for doing what? And then meetings of the committee, which is very important because at times you have the forums that are established, but you meet and when and whenever you feel like meeting. So this terms of reference is binding. When you're saying you're meeting once every 3 months, then you're supposed to be meeting once in 3 months. Now, what of importance is the review of the terms of references. If you feel that you need to be able to review that, then the approval of the terms of references by all the relevant departments or stakeholders who are supposed to be there. Now, which of importance, again, is that terms of references doesn't go alone. It's also supported by the action plan. Thank you so much.
Let's give our governor a round of applause. Now that our program is sealed, we are about to deliver. So allow me to call the Deputy Director of SMU Security Services, Mr. A. Sateche, to can do a vote of thanks. But before he does that, I just wanted to ask, there was an, okay, all right, okay, sure.
I don't know whether to greet colleagues. I've been greeting you since this morning. But all I just want to say to the program directors, colleagues from the South African Police Services, distinguished various stakeholders and groups represented here today, our university management, partners, students, employee, organized labor, community policing forum, good afternoon. Like as I said, I'm just standing between your lunch. I won't be very long. It's not a presentation. As we conclude into the day one of the Ministerial Campus Safety Engagement and reflect on the rich contribution shared today, allow me to express on behalf of Sefako Makgat Health Science University a deep appreciation of your presence, participations, and commitment. Today's session has laid a strong foundations for the work that lies ahead. This is just the beginning. There's still more work that needs to be done by the colleagues. We began by reaffirming the purpose of this engagement to strengthen our collective response to the safety challenges embedded on the campus safety framework and to integrate gender-based violence preventions into aspects of the campus life. We have engaged with the SAPS leadership on a proactive policy measures, heard from the experts, the presenters, legislative framework, explore the risk factors and equality dimensions of the GBV, and also reflect on the critical role of the mental health and survivors support. And then most importantly, we have begun shaping the blueprint of the campus community safety forums, a structure that will unite all the stakeholders in safeguarding SMU community. Safety is a shared responsibility. The success depends on a continued collaboration, vigilance, and compassion. As we prepare for tomorrow's launch of the campus safety forums, let us carry forward the spirit of partnership we witnessed today. Our presenters, our panelists, the delegates, your contributions have paved the way forward. May we leave here today with a renewed determination to build the campus that is safe, a place where every student and employee can thrive without fear, where the student and employee can thrive without fear. Thank you for your time, your contributions, your partnerships. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow as we take the next step together. Thank you and have a restful afternoon. Before I sit down, I'll just allow Acting Director, Marketing Communications, just to make some few announcement, and then we'll be done with the programs. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine is going to be quite brief. I am here to share details for our refreshments, and so please take note of the following arrangements. We are going to have 3 designated areas as follows. Our first location is the Vice Chancellor's Dining Hall. And for that, we request that all our senior officials who were present during our morning briefing, together with our university leadership, including organized labor representatives, to proceed to the VC's dining hall. The venue is the same one in the same building. And please note that specific room, or the dining room specifically,